Good morning, everyone. It is 10 a.m. and the inquiry is resumed. I hope that everyone can hear me clearly. However, if at any time you cannot, please let me know. If you have a mobile phone, please ensure it is turned off or onto silent mode throughout the inquiry. Can the council just confirm there are no fire alarms planned for today? I know there weren't yesterday, but...
I can see a shaking of head behind me, so okay. I would say no is the answer.
Okay, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, the toilets are out through the doors over there and past through the door just to the side of the elevator. Is there anyone here today who was not here at the start of the inquiry yesterday who would like to speak today? Yes, can I take your name, please? Okay, yes.
Graham Ferris.
Okay, thank you. Could you just repeat that? Okay. And how are you spelling your surname? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. And is everyone here today available for the whole of the day, or does anyone have to leave early? Okay. Did someone else? Okay. So I will try and rearrange proceedings slightly just so that everyone gets the opportunity to speak. With regards to hearing the closing statements online, which we discussed yesterday, we will need to agree a time before the close of the inquiry. Depending on what time we finish tonight, I may return home tonight, so it may be possible to start slightly earlier tomorrow if that's the case. The order making authority will need to arrange for the online closing statements to be heard and send out the link to all the relevant parties. So if there's anyone who would like to hear the online closing statements, who the council doesn't have an email address for, if you could please pass it on to the council prior to the end of the inquiry today. And are there any other matters arising before we start hearing witnesses today? Okay. Would the BHS like to speak first if you may need to leave a bit earlier? Yes, you do, yes.
Morning, everybody. Hope you can hear me. I did, in my opening statement yesterday, disclose who I was and what I was here for, but for the purposes of those that weren't here, my name is Claire. Sorry. My name is Claire Marshall, and I'm a volunteer representing the British Horse Society, local horse riders, including local equestrian businesses and other businesses reliant on the local equestrian community. I have also been a member of West Northants Local Access Forum since April 21 and have also been chair for the last 18 months. I believe I'm a competent and experienced horse owner and rider, having been a regular horse rider since the age of 11 and horse owner since 1999. For the last 13 years, I have needed to use an A road, which has become increasingly busy to reach my local bridleway network. I'm familiar with a large selection of bridleways in the area, and I'm thus aware of the issues local horse riders face. I have ridden my horses in many situations, over, under, and alongside railways, used bridges over motorways, and even crossed the A43 dual carriageway at Tiffield in the past. In terms of relevant training, I have completed relevant practical riding and stable management skills up to BHS level 3, including BHS road riding and road safety certificate, and was successful in obtaining a professional groom certificate. I have also attended British Horse Society volunteer training courses relevant to rights of way to help me support local users of the Bridleway network, many of which are members of Northampton's Bridleway group, in dealing with issues on the Bridleway network. Our Bridleways group Facebook page now has more than 1.1 thousand members. Coming to my proof of evidence, which I will start reading now. The British Horse Society objects to partial extinguishment of Bridleway SB32 without an appropriate Bridleway diversion for all rightful users, including horse riders. The main points below should be read in conjunction with our statement of case. Most points relate to sections headed Statement of Reasons for Objection to the Order, pages 7 to 11, and objections based on local and national strategic aims and objectives that support need for equestrian inclusion, pages 11 to 14. BHS accept that there is a need to divert the Bridleway but not partially extinguish, and that the fate of Bridleway SB32 is an entirely separate issue to planning permission granted. We understand the inspector is not obliged to confirm an order. Non-confirmation might be justified where the way proposed to be stopped up could be diverted instead. This relates to Advice Note 9, para 44 of the Rights of Way Planning Inspectorate Advice Note. The existence of Bridleway SB32 predates the dualling of the A43, and there is no relevant proof that the route is no longer needed. As the A43 is no longer safe to cross, it will inevitably be used less by everyone and not just equestrians. I refer to the legal maxim, once a highway, always a highway. Please refer to the historical map excerpt below, which is an OS map between 1893 and the 1900s relating to the area, and I've sort of highlighted where the main routes are around the development. The order-making authority's statement of reasons, page 5.64, page 25, states that the Bridleway has been severed by A43, so its practical and or safe use due to lack of crossing facility will not result in a real loss in usable equestrian routes. We would argue that this is a regressive reasoning which doesn't justify the stopping up of SB32, and that WNC is obligated to ensure that it is safe, and failure to historically do this has created the situation in the first place. SOC paragraph 40, appendix 1980.
You don't need to read the
Oh, right,
references
okay.
if you don't want to.
Arguments for diversion. The route could be diverted via land to the southwest of the main warehouse to current SB32 crossing point, so we believe there is no justification for stopping at the Bridleway. And in fact, it could be added as a greenway feature of the development. The development could be redesigned, or the Bridleway could have been incorporated in the original design. The original response by WNC Highways to AL3 development, 25th of Jan 22, inadvertently added to AL1 DHL planning portal, made many good points, notably that plans didn't address horse riding. All users already have a legal right to cross A43 at this point. If SB32 is extinguished, link is lost forever, but if diverted, the network could be opened in future when national highways address safety issues. The local transport plan describes the A43 between Northampton and Towcester as a congestion hotspot. Active travel targets could be optimised if the crossing point remained at SB32 and a bridge crossing would negate the need for traffic to be stopped at a level crossing and thus ease congestion. National Highways confirmed to British Horse Society in August 24 that a formal crossing at A43 Towcester to connect to Bridleway SB32 had been added to their location as a location to their needs list. As National Highways have stated that safer crossings would more likely justify expenditure near major towns due to higher usage, a crossing at SB32 would seem appropriate. The whole length of the Bridleway would remain accessible. Currently, the two sections severed by A43 deny by A43, denying users access to the wider network and have become cul-de-sac routes. I just wanted to sort of elaborate a bit more at this point that the map that I gave out yesterday, which basically shows where all the bridleways are, apart from south of Towcester in green, and sort of how they relate to the A43. And there is no safe crossing point for horse riders except south of Towcester, at the McDonald's roundabout, and north, which near Gayton, where there's a road crossing. There's no other safe crossings. So on the map at RD23 and RD21, which is sort of further north, that was a bridleway that was severed, and it's difficult to cross now. I noted a cyclist crossed that point about a year back, and they raised that with West Northants Local Access Forum as being very dodgy. The SA11 and RK6, which is opposite Tiffield Junction, that is the point where I've crossed in the past. There's a general view that the bridleways on the right-hand side, where you can see Midshires Way and sort of below Shousley Lane, is a better network or larger network. And the people on the sort of north side of the A43 wish to get to this network, but vice versa, the others can't get to the other side. So I just wanted to point out, the blue lines are basically, the blue dotted lines are basically how we would use the roads to actually link up to the bridleway network. But the issue is there's no safe crossing, so people north and people south cannot get to the wider network. And that's the issue that people have raised at Wenlaff and through the British Horse Society and local users of the bridleway network. I've also shown that potentially there is evidence that there might be a definitive map, there might be enough evidence for a definitive map modification order to go through Eastern Neston, which would likely be a restricted byway. And also if any routes become upgraded in the past, either due to historic evidence or due to landowner agreement or whatever, if there's no crossing at this point, if this link doesn't stay in existence, all those opportunities will be lost. So point 11 on my proof of evidence, I'm continuing. The new Labour government has shown their commitment to protecting historic rights of way by removing the 2031 cut-off date for DMMO applications. The Towcester LC Whip Summary December 2024, page 12, under key recommendations, states need for A43 crossing in the long term, provide a new pedestrian, cycle and equestrian bridge across A43, identify in discussion with key stakeholders potential locations for future investigation. This may be a longer term objective, but will provide a landmark active travel connection to the new developments north of the A43. Section 520 of, OA, Order Making Authority Statement of Reasons states the development is located within 1.5 kilometres of the town centre. The able-bodied person can walk within 15 to 20 minutes. We believe this would take nearer 32 minutes from the post office or more. Our statement of case, para 50. SB32 location would provide direct line to Shires Estate and speedier access to Towcester Town for potential employees. In view of the government's net zero target by 2050 and WNC target for 2045 and modal shift aims, the closer the active travel routes to the development, the better. Pedestrians and especially disabled wheelers will be more inconvenienced travelling the extra distance to proposed alternate route location of crossing near busy roundabout, a potential barrier to accessibility as per the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Article 9, Para 1. We understand the inspector considers the effect of the order on those entitled to the rights which would be extinguished as per DEFRA Circular 109, Section 7. We have outlined the wider impacts of the development which have a bearing on all users of Prout in the area and made arguments for inclusion of questions for the inspector's consideration as follows. Whilst SB32 is the only public right-of-way that is within the applicant's remit, actually, I think that's not quite true. SB1 is partly in their remit too, which is the footpath. Elements of the development will impact other rights-of-way close by. Bridleway SB32 links to footpath SB1 via Donkey Lane, which is the Tiffield Road, to footpath RK3 through Eastern Neston on the other side of Northampton Road. So there's a logical route through at the moment. Donkey Lane also connects to Bridleway SB52. Rights-of-way users will need to share Donkey Lane with more traffic in future, as this is one of the accesses for the development. SB32 essentially provides central important link between all those rights-of-way. RK2 rounds down the eastern boundary of AL3 development. Inclusion of new roundabout will further impede safe access to Bridleway RK2 and potentially footpath RK1 from A43. And I've referred to the map, but you can also see that on this other map that I've produced. Equestrian inclusion. Horse riders are legally entitled to use the bridleway and should automatically be included in any diversion alternative. Please refer to introduction of BHS case statement, which sets out difficulties horse riders face in terms of access to historic rights of way, including road safety and equestrian access statistics in Appendix A of my statement of case. The bridleway network is already very fragmented and new developments should provide opportunities to improve facilities for users as per National Planning Policy Framework, Para 105. WNC has failed to acknowledge its obligation to include horse riders who are also entitled to improved facilities. Local horse riders have stated they would use the bridleway if a safer crossing was incorporated. I'd like to read some examples, or do you consider that irrelevant? Right, okay. But yeah, there's definitely several, about 8 or 9 responses on the planning portal objecting. During lockdown in 2020, it became possible for horse riders to cross the A43 in view of significantly reduced traffic volumes. In BHS response to Turley in September 22, horse riders from Gayton, Ascot, Tiffield, Blisworth, Greens Norton, Pottersbury and Alderton confirmed they would use a level crossing or a bridge at or near this location, although a third stated bridge only. What was I going to say? Whilst a bridge or underpass connection would be preferable, horse riders can be included in level crossings over dual carriageway, and these can be made safer if they are adapted to allow users to cross in one go. Signal programming could be changed to allow a different signal pattern out of peak hours or on different days, e.g. Sundays. Presumably a light control pattern initiated by horse control could initiate a different signal pattern to pedestrians or cyclists using the crossing. The previous BHS volunteer consulted by Armed Practice in March 2020, before the original outline planning was granted, confirmed she would like to see a 5-metre multi-user spine road and an equine-friendly roundabout crossing over A43, yet horse riders are excluded from the alternative. There is already a Pegasus crossing over A43 on the other side of Towcester, which is used by horse riders. CD 143 guidelines for CD 143 guidelines designed for walking, cycling and horse riding, sections 525 and 5251 relates to inclusion of equestrians in level crossings over dual carriageways. In relation to equestrians, exclusion could be interpreted as discrimination relating to age, gender, and potentially any horse riders who have mobility issues, Equality Act 2010, 88% of adult equestrians and 85% of young horse riders are female, and 37% are aged over 45. Horse riders are included within government and local plans for active travel, WNC local transport plan, and Towcester local cycling and walking infrastructure plans, and the active travel route checker manual should be considered within active travel plans. Support for local horse riders also included in local rights of way improvement plan, Sports England active design guidelines, MPPF guidelines, Para 105, strategic road network and sustainable development guidelines. If a precedent is set that equestrians have no provision to cross major trunk roads, any future opportunities for local horse riders to use the wider network in terms of extra routes created or upgraded, e.g. successful definitive map modification order applications or additional multi-user routes, e.g. active travel, will also be eradicated. There is some evidence to suggest a historic road continued through Eastern Neston towards Towcester. Further research may reveal enough evidence. Conclusion. We request the inspector rules against the order for partial extinguishment in favour of a diversion that could be created to the southwest corner of the development. An acceptable alternative route for all users, including horse riders, needs to be reviewed and agreed. Safe A43 crossings are rare and horse riders should also be included in any alternative route. A decision to divert Bridleway SB32 would preserve and maintain its central and essential connectivity to the rest of the PROW network in view of the fact a landmark active travel connection need for cycle and equestrian bridge would be required in future. SB32 location may be the only feasible option. There's a general policy to preserve rights of way, so a link should ideally remain in existence if at all possible.
Okay, thank you very much. I assume you have some questions from the supporters side.
Yes, thank you very much. Is it Miss Marshall or Mrs. Marshall?
Mrs.
Mrs.
Sorry.
Good morning, Mrs. Marshall.
Good morning.
Do you have access to the appendices to to the British Horse Society's statement of case?
Some of them I've gotten.
Away, sorry. Could I check which ones you have? Because I'd like to ask you about some of them. So the ones I'd like to ask you about are Appendix D1 and D2 and E, O and P.
I've got D1 and I've got D2. Yeah. And what was the other one?
E, O and P.
E. I haven't got O and I haven't got P. Sorry.
What I'm going to do is ask Miss Bruce Smith to assist with finding O and P for you.
Right, I've got E. Right, great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, hopefully that's us sorted on documents then. The first question doesn't actually involve you looking at any of the documents, Mrs. Marshall. It's a question about who you are representing. And I note that you make reference to the Local Access Forum. And I wanted to ask whether your representations are made on behalf of the British Horse Society and the Local Access Forum, or just the British Horse Society?
Well, I represent the views of the Local Access Forum as well, because I'm a member of the Local Access Forum. The forum members do tend to represent different sort of users. So there's a representative for the Ramblers, I'm a representative for the British Horse Society, and the cyclist representatives as well.
Yes,
and other disabled, yeah.
Have you sought permission or authority from the Local Access Forum to make representations on their behalf here?
Well, I am the chair, so we provided a response to the to the original planning application for, yeah.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate you're the chair, but have you sought permission from the other members of the local access forum to
Yes,
represent
they're
their
well
views?
aware I'm here and I'm actually chairing the meeting later tonight.
Okay. A few questions about the signalised crossing over the A43 that the development will provide.
Yeah,
Now, I understand that your position is that you would have preferred that a Pegasus crossing was provided or a bridge
Yeah.
at some point over the A43. I understand that. But just considering the position on the ground at present in terms of the absence of a safe crossing point of the A43, do you accept that the provision through the development of a safe crossing point for pedestrians and cyclists is a benefit?
it's a benefit to them, but it's not, it depends which way you look at it, because it's not the most direct route. If the original SB32 was preserved, then that would potentially be a more enjoyable route for recreational users and potentially active travel to and from the development.
I entirely understand that you think it could be better or different, but what I want to understand is whether you accept that compared to the situation on the ground at the moment, the provision of a safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists is a benefit.
It is a benefit, yeah.
Thank you. Now we will go into the documents now. I've got some questions for you about the local access forum's interactions with national highways in respect of a bridge over the A43. And I'd like you first to look at Appendix D1 to the British Horse Society's Statement of Case.
Yep.
Which should be some minutes from the local access forum from a meeting of the 18th of January 2022.
Correct.
Have you got those?
Yep.
And we can see on the first page that you were in attendance at that meeting.
Yep.
Good. And we can also see, if we scroll down or look down, a guest attendee was Tim Calloway of National Highways. Do you see that?
Yep.
And what's Mr. Calloway's job role?
I don't know his exact role, and he's in National Highways, and he hasn't attended recently, but he used to attend the meetings.
And was he invited to attend by the Access Forum?
Yeah. I mean, before I joined, he was when I first joined the Access Forum, he attended, yeah.
Can I ask you then to go down to page 5 of the minutes? And there's a section entitled Discussion with a subheading entitled Site Visits. Do you see that?
Yep.
And it says under site visits, it was confirmed that a site visit to view crossing arrangements on the A43 was conducted on the 13th of January. TC, presumably Tim Calloway, to confirm suggestions placed onto the need register, although this is not a guarantee that action will be taken. And is that a reference to a discussion about potential crossings over the A43 at SB32?
It's not relevant to SB32, no, because we attended a site visit at RD21 and RD23 on the map. That was where we started, and then we also went to the Pegasus crossing at the Towcester roundabout. So it doesn't relate to SB32.
Okay. And then if we go on, it says JS advised that initial information was gathered in 2003 with suggestions including drop curbs, etc. Is that again not relating to SB32?
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember who JS was. Right. Yeah, John Shenfield, guy's name is Kevin. I don't know what that relates to. I can't remember. JS advised the initial information gathered into. I don't know what he means by initial information. Sorry, I can't answer that question.
Okay, and then going down to the some of the last sentences in that section under site visits, it says TC to confirm the recommendations that will be examined by National Highways using their criteria by the next meeting.
Yeah, okay.
So does that relate to a potential crossing over SB32 or not?
No.
No, okay.
It relates to the places we were and at the time, places we visited. And there was another one we didn't visit, which was by Brackley Hatch, but we didn't actually get to that site on that day.
Okay, so
Okay.
that those minutes that you included as an appendix to your statement of case don't actually relate to SB32 at all, do they?
No, but they relate to the point I was trying to make was there's a lack of safe crossings, and that we'd already spoken to National Highways about the issues relating to safe crossings. At the time, when was it? 8th of January 2022. I'm just trying to remember the timeline. I believe, yeah, I can't remember, but no, it was mainly to make the point that there was an issue relating to safe crossings. And the point was also that when they came back to us, they said in budgetary terms, it would be very difficult to say that they could find enough reason to create a crossing at a very rural location. And the most likely places where a crossing could be incorporated would be closer to a major town. And that's why I'm saying SB32 is closer to a major town. So therefore, the budget may allow that based on the number of users. Because they were saying that ones in more rural locations, it would be, although they could put it on the needs list, it wouldn't be as feasible.
Okay, so let me make sure I've understood the position. You pitched some ideas to National Highways about crossing points that you'd like to see.
Yeah, they were.
But let me just finish. They didn't. Those initial suggestions did not include SB32. Is that right? And what came back was, it's unlikely that this is capable of being achieved because these locations are rural.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you proposed a crossing at SB32. Is that the chain of events?
My colleague in the British Shore Society wrote to National Highways, yeah, about because they have other meetings. They have meetings with National Highways. The head office have meetings with National Highways on a regular basis. So they wrote and they got confirmation that SB32 was on their needs list.
Okay, well, let's look at the documents you've produced. So if we could go now to Appendix D2. This is a local access forum meeting from the 20th of April 2022. Have you got that?
Yep.
And we can see again in terms of attendees, you were in attendance and also Mr. Tim Calloway.
Yep.
And if we go down to page 2, at the bottom of the page, there's a section 4 update on projects.
Yep.
And then a discussion about A road crossing points. And it says TC, presumably Tim Calloway, advised that there was no update from National Highways regarding the installation of crossing points on any of the trunk roads previously discussed. And he considered it unlikely that any action will be taken due to resources and current traffic conditions. He was asked to apply their criteria to the cases that had been brought to his attention and to liaise with the active travel proposals which could produce a source of funding at some of the locations. So are you saying that those minutes didn't relate to or don't relate to a proposal about a crossing at SB32? Or did they?
It was just the general issue that there's lack of safe crossings, and we were just trying to, we were trying to highlight the need for safe crossings. And there was another issue with another one over near Brackley as well. So yeah, it was just.
Okay, and let me just make sure I've understood the position. Are you saying that this discussion does not relate to SB32, or are you saying that you're not sure whether it relates to SB32?
I'm not sure. It may not relate to a SB32. It may just be a generalised.
Okay. Could we then look at Appendix E?
Yep.
And this is an email exchange between the British Horse Society and National Highways. And if you look at page 2, we can see that there's an email from Wendy Bannerman to Tim Calloway, amongst others, but we can't see what that email says. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So we don't know what National Highways were asked to do, but what we can see is a response, and that's from someone called Simon Edwards in August 2024. And he says, regarding the needs list, we have added the locations you suggested and undertaken the desktop assessment, and they have scored as per the below.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we can see the first one, A43 Towcester to connect Brideway SB32, score 63 and rank 23. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the desktop assessment that was undertaken by National Highways was in response to a set of proposals put forward by the British Horse Society?
Well, yes, because it's an email to my colleague. Yes.
And there's reference made to a desktop assessment, and we've obviously got some scorings and some rankings. You haven't provided any assessment criteria to allow the inspector to understand the approach that National Highways adopted, have you?
They never gave us any assessment criteria, even though we asked for it.
Understood. And we can see rather curiously that the third proposed connection, A5 Rugby to connect UCR from Church over to Brideway R334, that has exactly the same score and rank as the SB32 crossing, doesn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, which is just rather curious. And then if we go down to a further part of the email from National Highways, it says, in terms of moving forward, we are still awaiting confirmation on walking, cycling and equestrian priorities and funding levels for the RIS3 period 2025 to 2030. The recent election and change in government has delayed the announcement. It is expected to be announced in the autumn. That funding round didn't produce any funding for a crossing at SB32, did it?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what the funding is.
And you haven't checked?
No.
Okay.
I suppose the point I'm trying to make is something could happen in the future, though, even though it's a long time away.
Thank you. And are you aware of any bridges to accommodate equestrians having been provided by National Highways in the Northamptonshire area?
No.
Okay, next document is Appendix O, which is the Towcester Local Cycling, Walking and Infrastructure Plan. And that's something you refer to in the statement of case, isn't it?
Yep.
Have you got it?
I have.
Great, okay. And we can see this is a summary dated December 2024. So this document was put together after the grant of the hybrid planning permission and after the stopping up order was made by the council, wasn't it?
Yes.
And if you turn to page 2, the introduction page, and look at the second column, it says that it's the third last paragraph. LCWIPs are the first step in identifying a pipeline of investment so that over time a complete cycling and walking network is delivered. The proposals in the LCWIP are high level and indicative of what can be delivered. And the next stage will be to undertake feasibility design on the corridors to understand what is possible in a particular area. As part of developing schemes up in more detail, Further stakeholder engagement and public consultation will be undertaken prior to any schemes proceeding. The precise timescales and prioritisation of measures will depend upon future funding and opportunities. So this document is identifying possible future measures, but the document itself is making clear that further feasibility needs to be undertaken and funding needs to be found in order for any of those projects to go ahead. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. If I can ask you then to turn up page 11 of the document. And you should see there a town centre north plan. Do you see that?
Yep.
And you can see the route of SB32 is marked on the plan.
It is.
And we can see there's a notation N11, which shows a crossing point of the A43. And I think that's at SB52. Do you agree?
It is. Yep.
And when we look at the
I
key,
think
we can see that sort of dark coloured dotted line is described in the key as a grade separated traffic free link. Do you see that? It's the
sorry, say that bit again.
so the notation for N11 is showing a sort of dark dotted line across the A43. And when you look at the key on the right hand side, or the legend, that dark dotted line about halfway down is described as a grade separated traffic free link.
Yep.
Yep. And then turning to page 12, that sets out the key recommendations in relation to town centre north. And the fourth bullet point down, A43 crossing, it says in the long term, provide a new pedestrian, cycle and equestrian bridge across the A43, identify in discussion with key stakeholders, potential locations for future investigation. This may be a longer term objective, but will provide a landmark active travel connection to the new development north of the A43. So it's shown on the plan as a SB52, but the proposal section is making clear that it could be at another location.
Yeah, which is the point I was trying to make. And also I think the SB52 location was ruled out in this planning for a safe crossing or a bridge, footbridge originally. And I think concerns are that SB32 might be the only feasible location based on proximity of the crossings to the development, other developments or developments.
And that's your view, that's not the view that's expressed in this document.
Well, that's the view of a few people, not just me, but yeah, potentially it could be the only feasible option in future.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then can I ask you to look finally at Appendix P, which is the consultation report associated with the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. And that's also dated December 2024.
It is.
Could you please go down to, and this document is summarising the consultation responses received in response to a consultation undertaken in relation to the draft plan. And if we go down to page 10.
Yep.
Sorry, it's fair actually to go, but if you go back to page 9, we can see that this section is called Section 4 Urban, and it's under a section entitled Section 4.1 Town Centre North.
Yep.
And if you go over to the next page, page 10, and we can see towards the bottom of the page, there's some reference made to the consultation response of National Highways. And the second from last paragraph says National Highways are supportive in principle of removal of at-grade pedestrian and cycle equestrian crossing movements and the introduction of a grade separated crossing at Bridleway SB52. So as far as National Highways is concerned, we can see that they are supportive in principle of a crossing at SB52, but they say nothing about SB32.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yep.
Good. Thank you very much, Mrs. Marshall. I don't have any more questions for you.
Okay, I assume you have some questions as well, Mr. Richards?
Yes, please, Madam. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mrs. Marshall.
Morning.
You will have worked out by now that I ask questions on behalf of IM Properties. You say you're here to represent the British Horse Society.
Mhm.
How does the British Horse Society authorise you to represent it at an inquiry such as this?
Well, my colleague, head office. Sorry, I'm confused.
Yes, I understand. I understand that you're a local horse owner and horse rider.
Yeah, yes.
I understand that you're a member of the British Horse Society.
I'm a county access and bridleways officer,
Right.
volunteer county access and bridleways officer on behalf of the British Horse Society. We're volunteers, but we work alongside head office provide us with support to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So does head office did head office see your proof of evidence before you submitted it?
Yes.
Okay, good. And did you write your proof of evidence or did you have help from others?
I wrote it, but I allowed them to, add or subtract whatever they thought was relevant.
Okay. And the British Horse Society locally, I think, took an active interest in the planning applications that related to this site.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And it's perfectly plain from your evidence and the statement of case that the outcome of the planning application process was not to the liking of the British Horse Society, or not to your liking, certainly.
I don't know what you mean by that. What
Yes.
do you mean not liking?
Did you make representations to the planning application?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you asking?
We've objected to
You
the plans.
objected to it.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so the grant of the permission was in the face of your objections.
Well, I mean, it's life, isn't it?
Yes.
You
Okay.
object, you object, you put your points across.
Yeah.
And yeah, on behalf of local horse riders or, on behalf of the British Horse Society and their views and their, yeah.
And at no stage have you sought to try and quash the grant of planning permission as being granted unlawfully. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it's correct that I haven't, no. I mean,
Um,
at the end of the day, we accept what the outcome is based on this inquiry. We
Yes.
just, yeah.
Is this the first time that you have objected to an order under Section 257 of the Town and Country Planning Act?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that our inspector has to address what we've been referring to at this inquiry on all sides as firstly the necessity test and secondly the merits test?
Not fully, no.
Right. So when you say at the end of your proof of evidence, in the conclusion section, paragraph 28, we request that the inspector rules against the order. You're making that request without understanding the statutory task that the inspector has. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, what I did was point out in my statement of case that the inspector doesn't have to agree to the order and that the extinguishment of the bridleway is separate from the planning process or the planning application being approved. It states that.
I understand that,
in
Mrs.
the
Marshall.
documentation, and it also states that she can consider, the loss of amenity to
Yes.
the users. So I understand it from that perspective, but in terms of in-depth knowledge of the merits test or I don't understand that, no.
And you've asked the inspector to not confirm the order. You haven't considered any of the benefits, have you?
What do you mean I haven't? Well, we're not included in any benefits, are we? The horses are not, local horse riders aren't included in any proposed benefits.
But you haven't considered the benefits to pedestrians or cyclists and said in terms, well, there will be a disadvantage to horses, but I can see that they will be outweighed by benefits to pedestrians and cyclists. You haven't done that, have you?
Yeah, but the point is that why should equestrians be excluded when they were also entitled to use the route?
Okay.
I can see the benefits. Yeah, I can see that a safer crossing is going to be put in place.
How?
I can see that benefits pedestrians and cyclists, yes.
It
might
have you
benefit disabled users though, depending on the location.
have you got access to your appendix I2, please?
I have. I have got it.
Madam, you may have,
Yeah, I have
you
got
may
it.
have this also at IMP's statement to case appendix 14 for your
I've
note.
got it. Yeah.
But you've got your I2, good.
Yeah.
And we can see that this is the minutes of a meeting held on the 16th of March 2020 between representatives of IM Properties and then Mr. Neal, who gave evidence yesterday, and then Ms. Duckworth from Turley's, who's from the same firm as Mr. Jones, who gave evidence yesterday. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And then Sandra James from the British Horse Society / Local Access Forum. And at paragraph 1, she says that she's a member of both the British Horse Society and Local Access Forum and could therefore provide her views from both perspectives. It sounds like Sandra James is sort of your predecessor, is that right?
She was, but she left before I joined.
Right, okay, but
Yeah.
she was fulfilling the sorts of role that you are now fulfilling, is that correct?
Yes.
And then over the page, paragraph 8, was James confirmed to the others present about, talked about the number of equine facilities within the Towcester area. There weren't any local figures for use of bridleways. But did not believe that and has not seen anyone using the SB32 bridleway.
Yeah.
Especially due to the difficulties in crossing the A43.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mr. Neal confirmed that options to reroute the public right-of-way around the proposed development were reviewed. However, it was felt that promoting a bridleway connection, which requires the dangerous crossing of the A43, was not appropriate. And Miss James agreed. So your predecessor said it would not be appropriate to reroute the bridleway because you still end up at the S43 crossing. Now, that just goes to show that members of the British Horse Society can reach polar opposite views, because you're going to tell me you disagree with Miss James.
Well, the thing is, things were raised after that time with issues of, from users wanting to cross the A43. It was raised at Wenlaff meeting. So yeah, and what I'm saying is things have changed since she had that view as well. Like, for instance, the LC WIP plans have come on board. So there may be more opportunities. And also, if it was a bridge, it would have been safer anyway.
Well, I'm going to come back to that in a moment, but I'm not going to go back through the LCWIP issues that my friend Miss Daly's just been through, because I shall incur the wrath of the inspector that I do that. But it's right, isn't it, that you have come to the polar opposite conclusion than one of your predecessors?
I don't think it's the polar opposite. She also asked for, she also said she wanted to see a 5-metre route down the Spine Road, and a crossing, safe crossing for equestrians.
We're going to come to that.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, I mean, we're different people. We have different views, and I had different views of horse riders that were passed on to me. Those views may not have been passed on to her at the time.
Yeah.
She might not have investigated the views of the riders in a local area, whereas I have.
And those views are all that they would like a bridge. And if there was a bridge or a safe crossing, they would use it.
Ideally a bridge, but any safe crossing is better than no safe crossing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Now, paragraph 10. Mr. Neal confirmed the proposal was to stop up SB32 and provide a safer route via the Spine Road with the proposed development and pedestrian crossing over the new roundabout for pedestrians to cross the site on the A43 into Towcester. SJ confirmed that she is supportive of the proposed closure of SB32, as it is not possible to safely cross the A43 and there is no appropriate access to the bridleway on the other side of the A43.
But there is, I mean, SB32 continues on the other side of the A43.
Yeah. Once you get over the A43 today,
Yeah.
how do you get? Is it then possible to get onto the short stretch of SB32 down to Northampton Road?
Sorry, you.
Is it possible to get on if you do cross the A43?
Yes.
You can then get onto the short stretch of A30.
Yeah, I've stood the other side of A43. There's a ramp, yes.
Yeah, and then you get down to the Northampton Road.
Yeah.
And then where do you go?
Right, well, you can ride into Holkirk, which is a nice village. I mean, things are changing. There's now going to be a ring road around Towcester, so the town centre would potentially become less busy, so they could ride through Towcester. They can use roads. They could ride through Towcester and up the Shatlanger Road, which would take them to where the bridleways. They could ride through Towcester and get south of Towcester to where the bridleways. They could also ride up the side of the A43 to Shousley Lane and go down Shousley Lane, which is at the back of Eastern Neston, and reach Midshires Way and reach the bridleway at the back of Eastern Neston.
Okay.
And potentially, if anything changed in future and there was successful DMMO application through Eastern Neston, they could ride through Eastern Neston. Or, you know, if the footpaths were upgraded in future, they could ride through Eastern Neston.
Okay. But as Ms. James recognised, all of that is contingent on being able to cross the A43 safely, which you cannot do at SB32.
You can't cross it safely, no, at the moment. But that's the point we're making. We need a safe crossing and equestrians aren't included.
Yes. And so far as other opportunities, future opportunities, because there is no present opportunity other than the McDonald's roundabout.
Mm-hmm.
Future opportunities exist. First of all, as we've just seen with my friend Miss Daly, potentially at SB52, if National Highways come up with some money in order to invest in that crossing. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, although it goes into more of an industrial area. You know, SB32 is more rural.
And then
it's a nicer route through to the, and it provides better access north.
And then you've told us about other opportunities that you've looked at on site in the vicinity, if we look on your helpful plan.
Right, okay.
If we look in the vicinity of the SA11 RK6
Yep.
junction, and then with a blue dotted line on the other side of the A43, and then up at RD21 or RD20, 23. In other words, SB32 crossing is not the only potential possibility.
But there's a development that's taking place and it provides an opportunity to create a safe crossing. And equestrians still haven't been included. And the point I was making was that National Highways, when we discussed with them via WNLAF and with BHS and Ramblers representation, etc., they were saying that it's more likely that a crossing could be budgeted for at a major town rather than a rural location. So if you look at RD23 and RD21 where we met, that's a bridleway that's been severed. And yes, there is a gap in the central reservation. And if it was a very quiet day, you could cross it, but
Mrs.
it's
Marshall,
still not a safe crossing.
Mrs. Marshall, you've just demonstrated, I think, to me that you expect my clients to pay for the bridge.
No, I
As
just
part
think
of
it's
the
an
develop-
opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, what opportunity? An opportunity for National Highways to invest in this bridge, or an opportunity, or should my clients be requested to invest in this bridge?
Anybody really.
Yeah.
I mean, as part of the develop, there's more developments as well north of the A43.
Yes.
I don't, it's an opportunity to create, provide a benefit for all users. And
But Mrs. Marshall,
I feel I've probably heard enough
Yes.
about the provision or possible provision of a bridge in the future. So if we could move on, please.
yes. And then lastly, just to pick up, please, on the point I promised you I would come to, could you go to your Appendix I1?
Yep.
This was the meeting in the 9th of August 2023 that you attended.
Yes.
And this is where you're representing to my clients in effect, and we can see from paragraph 10 that although the SB32 isn't suitable for crossing the A43, it should be retained as part of any potential future opportunities.
Yeah.
And you've told us, I think, that for funding, you're relying on National Highways. But and as you discussed with my learned friend Ms. Daly, it's
I'm
been
just saying
taken no
that
it's been taken no
Sorry?
further forward. It's been
Just-
taken no further forward.
Sorry?
It's been taken no further forward. We don't have a design of a bridge, for example.
No.
So far as people using SB32 on horseback,
Mhm.
my client's survey evidence presented to the inquiry doesn't record any use in any of the survey periods 2019 to 2025.
Mhm.
Do you say that that survey evidence is unreliable in any way?
Well, the right of way predates the dualling of the
No. Do you say that that
Yeah,
survey
I mean,
evidence is unreliable?
Yes, because it's, the dualling has made the crossing more hazardous.
Right.
So nobody's, cyclists, pedestrians, horse riders, disabled users are less likely to use it.
Do you yourself believe the outcome of the survey evidence, that there wasn't anybody seen? For whatever reason, there was
I
nobody
don't
seen.
know, you did your survey. I can't say I believe it because you just presented what you found. So,
Yeah.
So I take that what you've said is what you found. Yeah.
You haven't produced any other survey evidence, have
No.
you?
No.
So there isn't, the only survey evidence before the inspector shows that has been no use of that short stretch of SB32 by anybody on horseback.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
But once a highway, always a highway. You could not use it for 10 years and then want to use it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
do you accept that Parliament Notwithstanding the maxim, once a highway, always a highway, Parliament has legislated through section 257 for highways to be stopped up.
Yes. I
So
believe
once
that's
a highway,
helpful.
always a highway, unless stopped up in a manner
Yeah,
provided by Parliament.
but there's sort of a view, isn't there, to preserve rights of way. So usually, you know, a diversion would perhaps be a more a more desired outcome than stopping up, because there's even the government want to preserve rights of way.
Thank you, Mrs. Marshall. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do you have another member of BHS who can do any clarification questions if you wish to do so with you today?
No, I don't think.
Okay, then you are free to go. Was it Natasha Clarkson that said you had to go at 11:30? So if we can take you next, please.
Hi, I'd prefer to stay standing if you don't mind. I've got rather a loud voice and this is probably a bit close to me. And I have been sitting for a little while, as I'm sure you all have. You may see only one of me, Natasha Clarkson here. I'm a rider, a local rider. I represent about 1,000 riders around here, so please don't be stuck on the fact there's only one of me here. The rest of them today are out in this beautiful weather. We've had horrendous rain and dreadful winds, and we've not been able to be out riding. So most people are out there enjoying their horses today. I'm here just to come and give you a brief view from a rider's point of view. I've come not to oppose any development. I've come not to ask any development to put out funding. Would be nice if they would offer some funding for mutual accessibility for all of us, for a mutual benefit for their own workers, for horse riders, cyclists and walkers. That would be wonderful to see. That would be the world that I would like to live in. However, we're actually here, as far as I understood, that this inquiry was simply here to say opposing the closure of this bridleway. It's not here to state, are we getting any funding for the proposed bridge that we would like to propose? All the past evidence, I've actually prepared something, but I have to come on the back of what's already been here this morning. We've had queries into the past evidence from British Horse Society from both parties, which I'm not exactly sure who represents. I know that you represent the developers, and I think that you represent the inquiry itself. The council. Thank you. So we're here to oppose the closure because we would like to put in some new applications for a new safe development. So if you want to throw out all the old evidence because it was old or because it didn't relate exactly to SB32 and it related to one of our other bridleway areas, I would like to say, please do not close the bridleway or do not throw that out. You then also have to throw it out as evidence to close the bridleway. You need to, get rid of that completely. I rode the bridleway. I came here from South Africa 38 years ago. Between 1997 and 2000, I rode the bridleway a lot and it linked up beautifully. We had some amazing loop rides, and the idea is for bridleway users is that we are able to access the countryside. That's what horses are made for, is to be out in the countryside, not in the towns, not on the roads. We have to access the roads in order to get to different bridleways, but there are a lot of our bridleways which have been severed because of things like the A43. Yes, I am to blame. At the time when it all happened and the A43 dualling was made, we didn't foresee that in another 20 years, the lorries would be 5 times the size, the traffic would be 50 times more. We never foresaw that. A lot of us who rode the bridleways then went on to have families, so we kind of didn't look at the bridleways in the same aspect. We had children, we were taking them to Pony Club, we had other access. When we went back to try and use the bridleways, we realized how unsafe they really were. So when the A43 was first put in, we had a nice little link from the SB32, which has got a lovely bridleway gate. We had a little access down, which took us down the safe bank, and you could get across, to which is still a bridleway on the opposite side. It is still the SB32. It is still accessible today. There is still a bridleway sign on the Northampton Road through the Shires, which states that it is still a bridleway. So it's still officially a bridleway. And yes, we cannot access it simply because the A43 is so dangerous. We would like to, and we would like to then put a future proposal in to the government, to the national highways, to the developers, and to anybody else where we could find funding in order to have a safe crossing put there. And everybody together might be able to make that happen. But if you close the bridleway now, we have no future access, no future opportunity to get that funding and to have something happen. This is not the only bridleway that we are fighting for. There are many all around this very local area. But today, right here, right now, you've got one bridleway that you could save for future generations. One bridleway that you can make a difference to and help us to get another application for a safe crossing across. So I'd like to ask that you would all look at this for the future generations, not just for this development now, who wants to close it, not just for the council now today, but for all of us who used to ride it and all of us who would like to see our children and our grandchildren be able to access the countryside. And a multi-purpose bridge or multi-purpose crossing would be for everyone. It would be accessible for cyclists, walkers, horse riders, dogs. It would be for the people who worked in the development and for the people who live locally. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, if you could just stay there a moment in
Yes,
case
sure.
there are any
Sorry.
questions for you. Do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Okay, you may
Thank
leave.
you.
Okay, it's 11:15, so I would suggest we have a 15-minute adjournment now. And we will see everyone back at 11:30.
Inspector looks like you're going to do closer things from the line.
Yes.
So you can take the inside. So you can say it's the now. We can send it by both of you.
Oh, right.
Both join individuals.
Oh, okay, so if you send the same to us now and I can forward it on to her, yeah?
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, is that right? Let's keep-
But, I think we can finalise it. Yeah, but yeah.
And it gives you the number, but I have to work. So you might look at it.
Okay, it is 11:30. The inquiry is resumed. I will next call the Save Toaster Now witness.
Thank you, Mum. We're mindful of time constraints at this inquiry. Therefore, with your agreement, Mum, I'll avoid duplication as far as I can. And we'll highlight those elements that remain important to us from our statement of case. Yep, sure. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Is that okay? Safe Towcester now, our aim is to ensure that employment development is appropriate, sustainable, and works for residents of this town and surrounding villages. We request that the path order should not be confirmed. And I want to draw again on a little bit of context from our statement of case. SB32 is one of several public rights of way, forming a network of pathways and bridleways, joining villages to the north and south of Towcester and the local service centre. When the A43 was upgraded, many of these continuous routes were further impeded by heavy traffic flow on the arterial A43 route. That said, during COVID restrictions, right of passage became easy and enjoyment of these routes more frequent and safer. The West Northamptonshire Local Access Forum, WNLAF, has long campaigned for safe crossing points over the A43. The local cycling walking improvement plan, LC-WIP, suggests a bridge crossing over the A43, particularly given the context of mass industrial development north of Towcester. With dedicated forums such as WNLAF, LC-WIP, Sustrans, and others, shining a light on the pressing need to address connectivity and safety in the context of increasing national focus on linking rural settlements with local service centres for non-motorised users and focus on net zero. The fate of PROWs such as SB32 have increased in profile and their importance is better understood. And then in the proof, we quote Jerry Coop of the Byways and Bridleways Trust, so a dedicated trust in this area, who expressed the need for SB32 with great clarity in her consultation response, which is at STN 14. And she says, SB32 is very much needed as pedestrians, riders and cyclists in the Towcester area have been badly compromised by the failure to provide safe crossings of the A43, so they are isolated to its north or south. And she says, every metre of every bridleway is vital, not least because there is always hope in the future that there may be a more enlightened council or government prepared to make links. If that bridleway is extinguished, that hope is lost. It's not true to say there's no public lead, she says. There is instead an overwhelming public need to retain the bridleway in its entirety, to improve its amenity value for all users, and to create a safe crossing of the A43 for those on foot, horse, or cycle. Safe Towcester now is in full agreement with the above statement. Turning to statute in section 257, I'd like to highlight paragraph 2, which states an order under this section may, if the competent authority is satisfied that it should do so, provide for the creation of an alternative highway for use as a replacement for the one authorised by the order to be stopped up or diverted, or for the improvement of an existing highway. So that mechanism is in place. In making the path order, we understand that WNC has relied upon section 2571A. Now, it's undeniable that planning permission was sought and consented, subject to conditions and reserve matters applications. However, whether it was necessary before reserved matter stage to authorise the stopping up or diversion in order to enable the development to be carried out is a matter that we believe requires further scrutiny. Whereas the developer has stated that it requires SB32 to be stopped up because it, quote, conflicts with the required level changes, contouring and vertical alignments of the infrastructure works. That's at STN7. We're just still not sure how this has been tested for necessity by WNC planning or highways during the development application process. We're not sure whether the planning officer challenged the developer on the extent to which diversion of SB32, retaining its start and finish points at Tiffield Road and the A43 respectively, had been examined. And we're not sure to what extent delivery of the proposed alternate along the estate Spine Road and Northampton Road can and will be delivered, and to what timescale. And nor are we sure that the developer's response to its withdrawal of rights for equestrian users to use SB32 with no alternative proposals put in place for such users. So it would seem to us to be inappropriate to confirm a path order that does not provide clear answers to those important questions. Reflecting on town legal's analysis of need and merit, it's not clear why there was considered to be need to extinguish SB32 rather than maintain or divert it. The merit of extinguishing SB32 in favour of the proposed alternative route is not proven to our mind. It's longer and replaces rural enjoyment with industrial landscape and vehicle pollution. It ignores equestrians who thereby become disenfranchised at this location. It's a less good solution than improving the existing SB32. It can in no way be seen as a replacement. It seems that improving the existing SB32 was not considered fully. At 4.12 of its statement of grounds, WNC opines, objections raise no points that are such to create any significant disadvantages or losses to the general public. We would argue that the loss of a historic public right-of-way that creates good connectivity between villages and is valued by numerous statutory consultees, as well as members of the public, is indeed significant to those stakeholders for safety, sustainability, and enjoyment of the countryside. The developer's desire to deprive such stakeholders of these enhanced future attributes is of itself significant. The expectation that developers can erase public rights of way simply because they prevent the ability to maximize development potential is perverse and potentially catastrophic for the future of the public rights of way network. We disagree in the statement of grounds 4.19, quote, the extent to which the bridleway is used is material to the merits test, balancing exercise that is required to be carried out by the Secretary of State. We disagree with WNC's assessment of the public benefits of the development. The employment claims are hard to believe given the employment profile and house prices at the SUE. And we expect this benefit from literally years of construction disruption and journey delay and destruction of green belts that fundamentally changes the feel of their town from rural to urban industrial. Far from a balance of merits, the general public sees plenty of disbenefits. To reiterate, paragraph 2 of section 257 enables WNC to enact measures that could protect users of SB32. Whilst the developer focuses much attention on the proposed alternative route, there is a great deal of work to do to make it a reality, and it does not cater to equestrians. It is not, therefore, a replacement. Moreover, it is within WNC's power under section 257 to require the developer to pay or make contributions in respect of the cost of carrying out any such works relating to diversion, creation, or improvement. Reflecting further on page 7 of Town Legal's letter, that's STN 7, It seeks to leverage planning application documents to support the Section 257 application. There would be legal, quote, there would be legal obstacles as 1A, paragraph 1.1 of Schedule 1 of Section 106 agreement dated 23rd of June 2022 entered into in connection with the development requires IMP to comply with the provisions of the approved framework travel plan, which includes at Part 5 in the approved travel plan measures section, the proposals to partially stop up bridleway SB32 and divert bridleway SB1. And then furthermore in 2B, informative 5 of the permission makes reference to the need to bring forward stopping up applications under Section 257. It's our understanding that it is the Section 257 path order, if confirmed, that is the legal instrument capable of enabling bridleway extinguishment. This is not the purpose of the framework travel plan. And informative 5 actually, we believe, makes reference to diversion rather than stopping up in any case. So if I read out an extract from the delegated report of the 13th of June 2022, the applicant's attention is drawn to the presence of a public right-of-way crossing the site. If it is necessary to divert this route in part or whole in order to allow the development to take place, early application should be made to this local planning authority for a path order made under the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, Section 257. On to developer and WNC compliance with the rights of way circular, or points concerning the rights of way circular of 109. In that document, paragraph 1.4 sets the scene on the important role of public rights of way and indicates that walking along heavily trafficked roads is no substitute for enjoyment of, quote, England's extensive network of public rights of way, which is a unique and valuable resource, which provides the opportunity to experience the immense variety of English landscape and the settlements within it. Rights of way are both a significant part of our heritage and a major recreational transport resource. They are becoming more important as increases in the volume and speed of traffic are turning many once quiet country roads into unpleasant and sometimes dangerous places for cyclists, equestrians, walkers, and carriage drivers. This is a quote. And then paragraph 2 notes the role of rights of way improvement plans, which are being progressively integrated into local transport plans and intend for improvement to their local rights of way network in order to meet the government's aim of better provision for cyclists, equestrians, walkers, and people with mobility problems. The Towcester LC whip at page 13, STN 17, proposes an aspiration for a new pedestrian, cycle, and equestrian bridge. Quote, this will provide a landmark active travel connection to the new development north of the A43. Paragraph 5.23 states that under Section 118 of the Highways Act 1980, quote, an extinguishment order can be made only if the authority considers it expedient that the way should be stopped up because it is not needed for public use. The developer has made much of its belief that SB32 is not used. Whilst it is irrefutable that SB32 is not heavily used, it is not true to say that it is not used. The level of use is impacted by perceptions of safety associated with crossing the A43. That need not be a permanent position, particularly with support gathering pace amongst government and other public-facing bodies. The A43 has severely and detrimentally impacted users of PROWs, and no efforts have thus far been made to find solutions. Will and coordinated effort is required to make it happen. What is clear, though, is that extinguishment of SB32 would remove that potential forever. SB32 is most certainly used, and development north of Towcester heightens the need for links such as this that can double up as leisure routes and active travel routes. What is missing is a requirement for SB32 to be enhanced. The alternative proposed, if indeed it is deliverable or delivered, is not expedient and particularly not for equestrians for whom no provision is made. Paragraph 5.54 sets out the potential for creation or diversion orders to be created alongside an extinguishment order. Quote, an alternative way to that proposed for extinguishment may be taken into consideration in determining whether or not to confirm the extinguishment order. Account should be taken of the convenience of the alternative path compared to that which is being extinguished. The alternative route proposed would most certainly be significantly less enjoyable than the existing SB32, and for equestrians there is no alternate. We are of the opinion that the extinguishment order has been forced by the developer's desire to maximize its development footprint at whatever cost to the PROW network. This could have been avoided. Maybe it still can. West Northants Council's statement of grounds appears to confirm this at 4.7. Quote, stopping up the part of SB32 is necessary in relation to the outline component of the planning permission to ensure a private and secured employment environment for the benefit of future occupiers of this development zone. Moreover, the current location of SB32 extending across part of development zone C would significantly limit the development footprint within that zone. It seems inequitable to expect the users of SB32 to relinquish their rights simply because it was easy and convenient for the developer to maximize its benefit. We do not believe that the consequences for any or all users have been properly considered. We would have hoped that the reserved matters application be deferred until confirmation of the path order had been fully considered and determined, or at least given thorough airing. At 7.8 of the Rights of Way Circular, in considering potential revisions to an existing right of way that are necessary to accommodate the planned development, but which are acceptable to the public, any alternative alignment, quote, should avoid the use of estate roads for the purpose wherever possible, and preference should be given to the use of made-up estate paths through landscaped or open space areas away from vehicular traffic. And we saw yesterday that the landscape drawing reference 1783-18-20 showed no landscaping to the southern side of the spine road where the pathway will run. Paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2 of Circular 109 state, 3.1, quote, Section 94 of the 2000 Act places a duty on local highway authorities and national park authorities to establish local access forums to advise on public access to land for any lawful purpose and outdoor recreation, including public rights of way and the right of access to open country. And at 3.2, quote, authorities must have regard to forums' views in reaching decisions on access and public rights of way issues. At the subsequent committee meeting, at the committee meeting of the 7th of January 2021, Councillor Pritchard asks about a bridge over the A43. And we've given references in the proof to where these things can be found. Case Officer Andrew Longbottom acknowledges that the alternative route is of a distance not favoured by councillors. SB52 is confused with SB32, a recurring theme. And Councillor Hollowell was very clear in stating that based on his extensive planning experience, he believed the applicant was unwise not to apply contemporaneously for a Section 257 stopping up order, being a separate legal process, and that the applicant should not anticipate either a quick or automatic decision in its favour. At this point, an alternative route, whether or not considered a diversion via the spine road and a controlled crossing over the A43, and suited to horse riders was being considered. The proposal is a single multi-use pathway and crossing, catering to the needs of pedestrians and cyclists only. And then I refer to informative 5 on page 24 of the notice of decision, which I've actually referred to already. Note that the expectation at this point was that the developer might find it necessary to divert and not extinguish the public right-of-way. There are various examples of the SB32 PROW not being recognised. And I'm not going to read them all out, actually. The consultee response of the 28th of October 2020, not detailed. And then, actually, I will read this one out. The LHA consultee response of the 3rd of December 2020. Quote, this representation is merely that it would prefer for bridleway SB32 to be dealt with by means of a suitable diversion rather than by complete extinguishment. And then, quote, from a PROW perspective, it suggested that Highways England give serious consideration to what practical measures could be taken to improve the safety for pedestrians at this crossing point. And then it talks about measures, recommending measures to mitigate the danger rather than relying on the extinguishment of the path to achieve the aim of safety. And then it goes on to say the proposed alternative cycle and footpath via the A43 roundabout and Spine Road does not provide comparable alternatives for walkers in terms of either distance or directness to bridleway SB32. And both alternatives would require walkers to go more than 1 kilometre out of their way in order to cross the A43. We've talked about the consultee response of the 25th of January 22 being posted to the wrong portal, but notwithstanding that, the content, I think, pertains because it relates to SB32 and it contained very strong sentiment. The LHA do not accept that it's necessary or proportionate to extinguish it entirely, they say. Bridleway SB32 already exists. Walkers, horse riders and cyclists already have a legal right to cross the A43 at this point, despite the efforts of Highways England, not only to facilitate this, but to make it actively difficult. It's not for the developers or the planning authority to decide to entirely extinguish a public right-of-way on grounds of their perception of its safety. And they say it's not a test of Section 257 of the TCPA 1990 as to whether a part of a pre-existing public right-of-way outside of the planning area is deemed to be safe or not when deciding whether to divert or to extinguish a public right-of-way. If it's deemed unsafe, the National Highways should be required to make it safe as it can be made. Significantly, if it isn't safe, then it's for National Highways to ensure that it's made safer. If the current development proposal doesn't go ahead, the public bridleway will still exist. It's wrong for the planners to endorse a particular proposal for the diversion or extinguishment of a public right-of-way before a formal application is submitted. It's part of the role of the planning authority to determine.
Excuse me, a lot of this seems to concern the application the planning application that has already been decided. And I have said previously that I cannot consider anything that happened before the planning application or the merits of the planning application itself. I have the planning application before me and the order before me that have been made, and it is for me to decide on that. I can't revisit whether or not a planning application should have been made and whether the planning application should have included a diversion. So you need to focus on the tests that I can consider under 257.
Okay, so apologies. What we're trying to do here is surface some of the arguments specifically relating to SB32 that were raised at the time that we believe may not have been fully considered in processing the path order.
But I can't go back and reconsider that. If you believe the planning application shouldn't have been confirmed, then you had a right to legally challenge that. And I can only concentrate on the application that I have before me and the merits or otherwise of Section 257 and the order that's before me.
Yeah, again, what we're trying to say is that there were arguments as part of the planning process that relate to the process for granting the planning order. It may be that a bridge solution is not palatable to the developer for reasons of ownership, cost and ease, but that's not to say it could never be effected. There's a temporal problem. West Northants Council Statement of Grounds at paragraph 5.5 refers, and it says, it's therefore likely that the stopping up of bridleway SB32 will take place before the alternative route is provided. And then we talk about proximity. I'm not actually going to go through all of that for reasons of time. I think it's been covered. Planning policy framework at paragraph 105 quotes, I quote, planning policies and decisions should protect and enhance public rights of way and access, including taking opportunities to provide better facilities for users, for example, by adding links to existing rights of way networks. And then identifying and pursuing opportunities to promote walking, cycling and public transport use, and provide for attractive and well-designed walking and cycling networks. We would argue the developer's refusal to align with the A43 cross. We'd argue that the developers' actions in terms of A43 aligning with the requirements of OneLUF and LC WIP are disappointing. The West Northants Council Statement of Grounds intimates at paragraph 4.9 that informative 5 of the planning consent amounts to path order consent on the basis of already consented development. The Northamptonshire Highways consultation response to 164, I'm not going to go into that. Right, I'll move on to, we've amassed evidence of the developer's failure to comply with legislation in relation to section 137 of the Highways Act 1980, to which failure to maintain the style, padlocking of metal gates, construction of vehicular access to the site over the line of SB32 and rights of way circular 1009 refers in this point. Apparent failure to apply for a definitive modification order to reflect the repositioning of SB32 during recent works and obstruction of the rerouted SB32. And then use of rerouted SB32 for vehicular access. To conclude, in granting a path order, West Northants has approved a parameters plan that failed to acknowledge SB32 at the outline planning stage and once again at the reserved matters application stage. It failed to give due consideration to consultee responses, not least to those of its own highways authority. STN therefore respectfully requests that the inspector retains this important section of SB32 in situ and requires both WNC and the developer to progress on the basis that a multi-use bridge, or at least improvement of SB32, provides safe, appropriate and relevant connection between Towcester and beyond for all users. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I assume the council have some questions.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Just a few. Good afternoon, Miss. Is it Miss Gray or Mrs. Gray?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray. Just a few questions for you, and the first is about the aims of Save Towcester Now. And I note that paragraph 1 of your statement of case, and you referred to it in oral evidence, that a stated aim is to ensure that the employment development identified in the local plan is appropriate, sustainable, and works for the town and surrounding villages. Is it fair to say that those in the campaign group would prefer that the allocated development at AL3 doesn't go ahead at all?
I think the aims are centred on what the impacts of any development would be. We've been involved in a number of the developments north of Towcester. And I'd say that the key aspects that we have centred on in all cases have been traffic impacts, safety and accessibility impacts, and visual impacts. Those are the three.
And is it fair to say that those in the campaign group would prefer that the allocated development to AL3 doesn't go ahead at all?
That's not a fair statement. A fairer statement would be that there is consultation on particularly heights, visual impact, and traffic impact.
And would you prefer that the development to AL3 doesn't go ahead at all?
It's the same answer. It's the same answer. It's a much more nuanced answer than that, as reflected in the massive work we did on those.
So
those
do you
cases.
do you welcome it?
Do I welcome it? I don't welcome it. No.
I wonder if we can agree on a few things. So first of all, as a matter of principle, do you support the provision of a safer crossing over the A43?
Are you referring to a specific crossing or any
As a matter of-
theoretical safe
yeah.
crossing?
As a matter of principle,
As a matter of principle, a theoretical safe crossing is obviously an ideal that we would all want.
and in terms of the crossing that will be delivered as part of the development, do you accept that compared to the position at present, the delivery of a safer crossing over the A43 is a benefit to the community?
I think you're assuming in that it is safer, but I think again, it's more nuanced than that. And I tried to reflect on that yesterday in the evidence that was given.
Okay, so are you saying that the crossing that will be provided by the development is less safe than, for example, the crossing at SB32 at the moment?
Can
Is
I
that your
give you an expanded answer, because it's not a yes, no?
Well, you do need to try and answer the question that's posed. You're very welcome to expand once you've said yes or no.
It's not a yes or no, it's partially is the answer. I'm sorry. Because it's much more nuanced.
So is it your position that the delivery of the crossing proposed by the developer will be less safe than that which currently exists at SB32? I appreciate you think it could be better, but I'm asking you to compare the current position as against the crossing that's consented as part of the development.
Can I just give some context?
No.
There is an at-grade crossing close to Tove roundabout.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand that. I'm asking about the vicinity.
That is not safe by my perception. And the reason that is not safe by my perception is that many vehicles jump the lights on red, and therefore it's not safe to assume that you can cross safely.
I think you need to answer the specific question with relation to the crossing SB32 and the proposed new roundabout crossings.
The crossing of Northampton Road, which is part of that scheme, is not safe. The crossing of multiple spurs along the Spine Road is not safe because they're uncontrolled. The particular at-grade crossing that is proposed for the A43, just next to the new roundabout that's going in, reflects the at-grade crossing near to Tove, and therefore has the same sort of pattern of perception of safety. So in design terms, it would be viewed as safe. In practical terms, it is not 100% safe.
Okay, back to my question. By comparison with the position on the ground at the moment, the uncontrolled crossing of SB32, do you accept that the crossing that will be delivered by the developer is safer?
In the specific element of that scheme that relates to the A43, yes, I accept that.
Thank you. And I know that your view is that the anticipated employment delivery from the development is, I think it said in the statement of case, hard to believe. I know that's your view, or the view of
It's
your
the view of Safe
group.
Towcester now.
Yeah. But to the extent that the employment park will deliver new jobs for local people in Towcester, do you accept that that is a benefit of the development for the proposed community?
Yes.
Thank you. I did have some questions for you on the LC whip, but I've already asked the British Horse Society,
Okay.
so I don't have any further questions.
Thank
Thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. Mrs. Gray, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Save Towcester Now is a community organisation, as I understand it.
Yes, it's a pressure group with constitutional setup.
So it has a constitution, does it?
Yes.
Okay. And you tell us in your proof that it represents about 1,400 members. How does one become a member?
That reflects the following on the Facebook group.
Right. Yes, that's what I thought. It's a Facebook-based organisation, and if you click the follow button, because you want to receive or have notice of posts from Save Towcester Now into your Facebook page, then you click that button and you would then be registered in your eyes as a member.
Well, there's differences. As I said, it's constitutionally constituted, so there are officers as well.
Yeah, but if you click the follow button on the Facebook page, to your mind, you're a member. If I clicked it tomorrow, I'd be a member.
Well, you're a follower, I think, actually.
What are you trying to save Towcester from?
I think I've already outlined that. It's from unsustainable development that creates additional traffic, safety, visual impact risks for the population. Pollution is in that as well.
Okay. And you have made representations to planning applications?
Save Towcester Now has, yes.
Yeah, and I think you've even appeared at planning appeal inquiries.
We have.
And have you ever made a representation or put in a material to an appeal that supports development?
So, Save Towcester Now hasn't, because it's
always against development. It's never supported development, has it?
It's against elements of development with carefully shaped arguments based on fact.
Notwithstanding the fact that land is allocated for use in the local plan, there's always a highways reason or a landscape reason for Save Towcester Now to object to development, isn't there?
Well, when you say always, a lot of these sites are contiguous, and therefore they had to be considered in a cumulative way. So when you say always, then always is inherent in the sort of cumulative assessment of these sites.
Well, in every representation that Save Towcester Now's made, in respect of development of land allocated in the development plan, Save Towcester Now has always objected.
Well, there are aspects where it's actually been very supportive. For instance, in the AL1 Bell Plantation link, the improvements to the pathway network.
Yeah, but there was still too much traffic and too much landscape impact for the
Well, it's
liking.
not too much. It's the facts state that Tove is going to be at a standstill by 2030. It's not us saying there's too much traffic. It's the traffic modelling that says there's going to be too much traffic.
So far as this development is concerned, my clients at Plan 1 in the Book of Plans have sought to produce a composite plan of the approved details of this scheme. And it's in seeking to do that, it's drawn together various other approved plans into one composite plan. Do you understand that's what it's done?
Yes.
Yeah. So far as I'm aware, you haven't said that my clients have done that incorrectly, and therefore that this is not a plan upon which the inspector can rely. This is a plan to which you have not objected to as being materially inaccurate in any way. That's right.
I'm not quite sure what you're driving at, but this looks accurate.
Thank you. I just wanted to know that give the inspector the comfort that what's depicted on this plan is, to all intents and purposes, accurate for the purposes of our inquiry. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, can I just caveat that? Yes, I pointed out yesterday that there is an inaccuracy, which is the presentation of the pathway from the Toucan crossing up and along the Northampton Road as a public right of way. That is inaccurate.
Oh, it's the annotation. Yeah, okay, fine, thank you. So far as the necessity test is concerned, do you understand what is meant by the necessity test?
I believe so.
Right. Okay. Because as I've read your case under the necessity test is that the stopping up is not needed because it should have been treated otherwise during the planning application phases or the approvement of reserved matters.
That's fair.
Right. I'm not going to cross-examine you on whether that's right or wrong. I'm going to make submissions on that. But I have correctly understood your assessment of the necessity test, haven't I?
Yes, I think you have.
Yeah, thank you. In your proof, it may be a typing error, but at paragraph 4A, you talk about the application under appeal.
Yeah, that doesn't look right.
No, it doesn't.
Under inquiry, I think.
Yes.
It should just say inquiry.
I thought so, but I thought I'd just
Yeah.
check. And then you've there referenced the need test in inverted commas in section 257, which I've already just asked you
Yes.
about. And then setting aside the necessity test for the moment, there is then the merits test, which requires the inspector to balance the disadvantages of confirming the order against any countervailing advantages and any benefits. As I've read your proof of evidence, it focuses on the disadvantages. It doesn't recognize any countervailing advantages, and it doesn't consider any other benefits. Have I understood your evidence correctly?
I don't think we saw that as our job to balance it in that way. That's for others to do.
Yes. But you're asking the inspector not to confirm the order, aren't you?
We are.
Yes. But you're doing so without considering all of the matters that the inspector has got to consider.
I think the inspector has had evidence from many parties, which will give her all that she needs to make that balance of judgment.
Yeah. And just for the avoidance of doubt, to that extent, your evidence is not balanced, is it?
Our evidence is part of the body of evidence that needs to be put before the inspector for her to make her decision.
And to that extent, your evidence is not balanced, is it?
I don't think it needs to be.
All right.
It needs to give our arguments.
At paragraph 19 in your proof, you say that the Facebook group has received messages from a number of past and current users of SB32,
Yeah.
including horse riders, with widespread support for a bridge connection. So it's in the context of that support for a bridge connection that you then produce the 4 quotes in paragraph 19. Have I understood your evidence correctly?
I'm not sure quite what you mean by in the
No,
context of that I've included. We've included the comments that we had back by just reaching out and asking for comments from past and current users of
Yes.
SB32.
And am I right in
that's reflecting what's come back.
am I right in assuming that you received 4 such comments?
I think there might have been a couple more, but what I've tried to do there is pick out, for instance, quite important local user groups like the cycling group, A5 Rangers, which is an important local cycling group. I've also picked out Silson Joggers, a user from that, which is a local running club. And then I think there's a horse rider there and there's one other.
Yes.
So it seems to be a fair spread of interest groups to me.
But if we look at the, for example, the first one, that's somebody saying they used to ride on a bridleway. They don't say when they used to do it. And what their concern is that they should have built a bridge, plainly, when the A43 was dualled. That's what that...
Possibly, that's an interpretation.
Yeah. And then the second one says that a safe crossing would be a benefit over the A43.
A safe crossing, yes.
Yeah. And then...
But it also says that at the right time of day, it's fine, but the rest of the time it's lethal.
yes.
So it's,
So that's a reference to the A43, isn't it?
it is.
Yeah.
But it says some of the times it's fine.
Yes. And it says, I use that often in the summer. That's the A43, isn't it?
It's saying it's saying they use SB32 with its routing across the A43 is what that's saying.
Well, you say that. That's not entirely clear to me.
Oh, sorry, in the
I
context
use,
of
I use something called that often in the summer, and at the right time of day, it's. I'm assuming that the it's is the same as the that.
Okay, I think it's sort of
It's
semantics, but
lethal.
you can see it's truncated and it relates to use of the SB32, which is what the post was all about.
Well, yes, but we don't have the full post, do we? Because you've truncated it.
No, you'll just have to believe me on that.
Then the cycling club don't say they use SB32, do they? They're talking about a bridge. And if there was a bridge, they would use it.
Yes. Yeah.
So they're not giving you any evidence of that they use currently.
No, they're not, but they're
SB32.
saying were amenity better, then that would be great for them.
And then the joggers, I used to run along that path, that's SB32, until they kept blocking it off. That's not a reference to the A43, is it? That's a reference to somebody padlocking gates or removing stiles or something.
Yeah, it relates to use of SB32, which is
Yeah.
the subject of this path order inquiry.
Yes, used to use it until they kept blocking it off. That's not a reference to the A43, is it?
It's not a reference to the A43, no.
And that's the extent of your user evidence, isn't it?
That's what I've represented here to give you.
If there was any more user evidence, you would not have hesitated to present it to the inspector, would you?
I don't know.
Well, would you? If there was more evidence, would you have presented it to the
Possibly.
inspector? And then reason 2, please, in your proof, which begins on page 4. That's a complaint about the matters you list in paragraph 13. And it's essentially saying that IM Properties have not kept the SB32 path unobstructed.
It's saying they haven't complied with their legal obligations.
Yes. And the inspector has got evidence, for example, of an occasion when the gate was found to be padlocked and that the council wrote to IM Properties and said, and required them to unlock the gate. That's how the system works, isn't it? If something is obstructed for some way, it's reported to the council and then the council takes action when the council thinks it's expedient to do so.
That's the process.
Yeah. How is that relevant, do you say, to the test the inspector has to do?
I think it's redolent of the sort of the attitude to the existence of that bridleway across the development site. That's the point we're trying to make.
Right. So, but is that relevant? Is that a disadvantage, a countervailing advantage, or a benefit?
From whose perspective?
I want to know under which heading the inspector is supposed to be considering this evidence, or whether it is just a mudslinging exercise by you to help you feel better.
No, nothing that's done here, let me assure you, is done to make me or any of us feel better.
Yes.
Because there's a great deal of time that we don't have that goes into doing this.
Yeah, but how is this relevant to the section 257 decision that the inspector has to make?
I don't know how to answer that question, I'm sorry.
And then just finally, please, at paragraph 16 in your proof. It's perfectly plain, isn't it, that the root of the problem, which you perceive in respect of SB32, goes back to the lack of action at the time of the duelling of the A43.
I think that's one element, but there have been opportunities in every month, year since to actually make it safer. So that I've tried to outline in my evidence that mechanism exists to do that at any point in time, whether now or in the future.
And the latest opportunity that you think somebody should have taken to address that issue was my client's planning application.
It's an opportunity because by virtue of the fact that the focus was put on the existence of that bridleway at that point. So it's a point of time where focus is put on it and people have time to think about it and debate it and obtain consultation responses.
And you'll be aware that after the grant of the hybrid permission, a member of Save Towcester now threatened judicial review of the grant of the hybrid planning permission in a pre-action protocol letter from solicitors.
I believe there was, yes.
Yeah. That was not followed up, was it, by actual judicial review proceedings?
It was not.
And there have been no threatened judicial review proceedings of any subsequent approval of reserved matters or non-material amendments. As a matter of fact, that's correct, isn't it?
As a matter of fact, that is correct for reasons of budget.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, does your associate have any clarification questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, of those remaining objectors, is there anyone who would like to go next specifically? Okay. Thank you, that's very helpful. Do you have one for the other parties as well? Okay. It might be, would it be possible for the council to copy this to provide to the other parties as well? I was asking the council. If you're happy to proceed without a copy, then we can start, but if you'd rather have a copy.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. If I think we're disadvantaged without a copy,
yep.
I'll interrupt and let you know if I may.
Yep, okay.
It's not a very lengthy statement, so. Now can you hear me well enough? Thank you.
If you could just introduce yourself briefly as well, so we all know who you are.
Yeah. My name is John Beasley.
I'm a councillor speaking on behalf of Tiffield and Caldecote Parish Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to talk to you on behalf of our parishioners, many of whom get enormous pleasure from the use of the footpaths in our parish. IM Properties no doubt considers this process as both an inconvenience and a necessity in order to pursue their building plans. They wish to stop up or at least divert the part of the bridleway SB32 which crosses their site. However, as said in our letter to you of the 2nd of September 2025, we reiterate our objections. Firstly, that this is a matter of significant local importance, and the alteration of a public right should not be driven by the financial needs of a speculative developer. Secondly, that the footpath provides a legally contiguous route between Caldecote and Eastern Neston via SB1, SB32 and RK3, which must be preserved. Thirdly, the proposed diversion for walkers would be to use the spine road through the development to the proposed roundabout at the Hulkett turn. Then return from the roundabout to the RK3 footpath at its crossing with Northampton Road. This entails a totally unacceptable detour on the public right-of-way, SB32, of over 2 kilometres. We strongly suggest that this development be turned into an opportunity rather than a loss. If, indeed, it is necessary at all, we feel that a much shorter diversion footpath could be established along the southern perimeter of the site from Tiffield Lane to the point where SB32 crosses the A43. However, this crossing on SB32 at the A43 is presently very unsafe. The reason for this being that when the A43 was upgraded to dual carriageway status in 1991, an adequate crossing was not provided. At this point, frequent traffic moves at high speed in both directions, making the crossing of the carriageways extremely dangerous. This deters pedestrians, and horse riders in particular, from using it. There is also a steep bank on the northern side of the A43, where SB32 meets the A43, further deterring its use. This historic issue has resulted in a bridleway that has improperly been made unattractive for public use. This should be corrected as part of the development of this area. These concerns over safety should be properly addressed, not used as a reason for altering the course of the bridleway. We also wish to ensure that footpath RK2 is safely linked to the proposed new roundabout and, if possible, linked to footpath RK1 as part of this development. These latter proposals would benefit our parishioners by providing additional circular walks around the parish. They would also ensure a safer route from these footpaths into Towcester and to the roundabout, or via the roundabout at the Hulkett turn. We also believe that this roundabout must have pedestrian-controlled lights. Once again, we ask you all to see this as an opportunity to improve our network of public rights of way, and, if it is within your power, to turn this potential loss into a gain. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, do the order making authority have any questions?
Just a few, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Beasley. In relation to the grant of hybrid planning permission back in June 2022, Sheffield Parish Council objected to that application, didn't it?
It did, yes.
Yeah. And it objected in respect of the principle of development. For example, it disputed the need for the development. Do you recall that?
Yes,
So as far as the parish council is concerned, it would prefer that the development didn't go ahead at all. Is that right?
that's true, yes.
Thank you. Now, to the extent that there is any pedestrian link between the villages of Tiffield and Caldecott at the moment and Towcester, as things stand, that pedestrian link requires someone to walk across the A43 at an uncontrolled crossing. That's
Correct.
right. And would the parish council therefore welcome the provision of a safer crossing of the A43?
Of course.
So just thinking about the position on the ground at the moment, having regard to the controlled crossing that the development will provide at the new roundabout, do you accept that that's a benefit of the development compared to the position on the ground at the moment?
If indeed it's used, because as I've said in my statement, in order to access that, there's at least a 1 kilometre diversion through the from the beginning of SB32 through the site to where the roundabout is. So
Sorry, from where?
from Tiffield Road, Tiffield Lane.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So let's assume people want to use it. Do you accept that it's a benefit to have a safer crossing of the A43 compared to the position on the ground at the moment?
But having a safer crossing that people will not use because it's something that they would find inconvenient.
Sure, I understand you think people won't use it because it's inconvenient, but my question is premised on an assumption that people will use it. So if we assume that people will use it, do you accept that it's a benefit compared to the position on the ground at the moment?
Yes, it could be, providing, of course, that that spine road has got an adequate footpath which is suitable for pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders as well.
Okay, so part of your objection is that the path doesn't provide a suitable route for horse riders.
Well, I don't know whether it does or not.
Okay, fair enough. And to the extent that the development will provide employment for local people in Towcester or Tiffield or Caldecott, do you accept that that is a benefit of the development for the local community?
Potentially, yes.
Now, I note in your statement of case, issue is taken with the surveys undertaken by the developer in December 2019 and September 2020. And it said that they are not a realistic reflection of use of SB32. The parish council hasn't presented any of its own survey evidence regarding the use of SB32, has it?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Richards, do you have some questions?
Yes, just a couple of extra questions. You opened your remarks this afternoon by referring to the financial needs of speculative developers. Do you not recognise that this land is allocated for development in the local plan, which went through a democratic process and was signed off by elected representatives?
I understand that.
So it's not speculative development, is it? It's development in accordance with the local plan.
Well, that depends on your definition of speculative.
And as you told my learned friend, the parish council and you remain opposed to this development, and that's clouded your judgment and influenced your judgment, hasn't it?
The parish council is realistic in all likelihood, these developments will go ahead. Our concern is if that is so, then provision is made by the developers or highways or whoever that our parishioners have got good access along this pathway that's under consideration.
And that's the responsibility of West Northamptonshire Council during the planning process, isn't it?
Partly, yes.
Do you not trust them to do that job?
I can't comment on that, but
All right.
they know their job.
Let's move on to a second point. The second
Yeah.
point of three on what you've said this morning. The second point is this. You said there would be a detour of 2 kilometres.
Approximately, yeah.
Could you, on your desk, I hope that there is a book of plans with that's it. Could you open up the first plan, please? And just to orientate it, you can see where Tiffield Lane / road is, / Donkey Lane.
Yes, I can, yes.
And coming in from the top left of the plan, can you see a blue dash, which is the SB1 line? And SB1 comes down and joins Tiffield Road about halfway up, doesn't it?
Yes.
And then you can see the new spine road that runs between the sheds.
I can.
And you can see the new roundabout on the A43.
Yes.
Right. So where is your 2 kilometre diversion starting from?
Where SB32 enters the site.
Right. So, and then you're saying that if anybody comes, if anybody's walking from, say, Tiffield,
Yes.
they'll come down Tiffield Lane.
Correct, and then would go along.
And then go along the spine
yes,
road.
if that was there, yeah.
And therefore the start point of their diversion would be the start of the spine road, isn't it? Wouldn't it?
For them, yes.
Yeah, okay. If anybody was coming from Tiffield down a footpath, they'd be more likely to come down RK2, wouldn't they?
That's, I think, less likely.
Why is that? It would be shorter.
Well, not having a map of the whole
There's
area.
a very helpful plan produced by the British Horse Society, for which we are most grateful. Is that still lurking on your desk?
No.
No? Well, I'll try and get one sent up to you. Well, I will get one sent up to you.
I think I have something else as well. Thank you.
So going back, I'm coming from Tiffield, RK2 would be the obvious route, wouldn't it? Coming through there. Yes?
That's all walking along Tiffield Road.
Yeah. If you were coming down SB1, then you would divert through the development that's under the lighter shading and onto the spine road that way, wouldn't you? You wouldn't have to go down all the way, carry on down SB1 to where it joins Tiffield Lane currently. Did you understand that?
Are you referring to where the footpath joins Tiffield Road by Brickyard Farm?
Yes.
Right. Well, if you were to come down that path from Caldicot, then you would have to go north along the Tiffield Road, then along the Spine Road to the Hulket roundabout, and then down Northampton Road.
That,
To rejoin,
so
to
that's
rejoin the,
that's your assumption for your about 2 kilometre diversion.
if you wish to go along towards Hulkett, yeah, along the SB32.
Okay, all right. No, I understand the basis on which you've reached that conclusion. So far as RK2 is aware, is concerned, is there, in addition to the book of plans on your table, a loose plan that looks like that?
Yep.
Could you have a look at that, please? Yes, it should have in the bottom corner, detailed landscape plan, sheet 3 of 3, drawing number 22, revision Q. Bottom right-hand corner. Is that right?
Yes, I see that. Yeah.
Excellent. Now, we need to find RK2 on it, which is coming in as a black dotted line from the top right-hand corner of the page. Can you find that?
I can see that, yes.
And then it comes down to the edge of the A43 highway land, the edge of the field.
Yes.
And then just to the left west of it is a mark for an access gate. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
So, and the evidence to the inquiry so far is that that's actually where people think RK2 is and walk, even though RK2 is a few meters to the east.
Well, that's news to me, but yes, okay.
And then what's shown on that plan is a proposed gravel path, which we can, or gravel surface, which we can see from the key at the bottom right of the plan, just to the left of the IM Properties logo and the drawing number. Can you see that gravelled surface?
Yep.
And then can you see the gravel surface from the access gate travelling in a westerly direction to link up with the spine road?
Yes.
I think in your parish council's evidence, that was what you were asking for.
I was asking for that, and I can see now from the plan
Yes.
that you've
I
put in front of me that access is going to be.
I don't criticise you for not knowing about it, because it's hot off the press.
Right.
It was signed off by West Northants Council on the 5th of this month, last week.
Okay, I was not aware of that plan.
No, as I say, I don't criticise you for not being aware of it, but that's what you were asking for, and it's been delivered.
Okay.
Will
I
you
further ask if you can look at the map that the equestrian people gave you.
Yes.
There's another footpath there, RK1.
Yes.
Which also ends at the moment at the A43 with a dangerous crossing.
Yes.
I am just exploring the possibility of whether or not, as part of this development, RK1 could be linked to RK.
That's not something that I unfortunately can consider.
No,
It might be
I'm
that
just
you
raising awareness of this.
developer separately.
What we know from other evidence is up and down the A43 in this part of Northamptonshire, there are what used to be footpaths or bridleways that have now been sliced through the middle by the A43 when it was dualled.
Yep.
And ever since then, local people, local councillors have been trying to get something done about joining them up again.
Yes. And what we're looking for is hopefully a safer crossing.
Yes.
Should this development go ahead.
Yeah. And I heard you tell my own friend
without the extinguishment of SB32.
Yes, that you have agreed that the new arrangements for pedestrians and cyclists will be safer.
But not convenient.
Yeah, well, that's no doubt something that the inspector will also weigh in the balance. It's a trade-off between safety and convenience. Do you want to cross the A43 safely, or Do you just not want to cross it at all?
That's a loaded question. Yes, I would like to cross it safely and yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Beasley. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Could I just ask Mr. Broadfield and Mr. Ferry how long you think you will take to give your evidence?
Well, that's most of my lines are just stolen by the chairman of the parish council. I won't take too long to.
Okay,
And in fact, for what I've prepared to speak, I'm going to have to outlive. It's going to have to take quite a lot out of it. I'm sure you won't go to the class.
thank you very much.
That's ex-chair of the parish council.
Okay. So if we can hear from you first, and then we might need to have a lunch break.
You're welcome to have that, but I don't intend to stick to it. My name's Graham Ferry. I used to be a councillor on Tiffield Parish Council. I dropped out of the council at the recent elections. And I'm talking to you today as a resident. My property backs onto the Donkey Lane. It's probably the nearest point at which a property of Tiffield interacts with the new development. So I want to try and explain the perspective from the village of Tiffield, from a person who actually lives there and experiences in day-to-day life. Now, over the whole course of this development, we've made it very clear that we oppose not necessarily the development on this site, but the shocking oversized development that really doesn't belong here. When we moved into this area 30 years ago, after the A43 had been put into place, it was pretty obvious from a map that the nodes would be developed. So around the A5, A43 roundabout, there would be development. And if we refer back to the Bell Plantation development, which has recently been approved, that's the sort of development which I think we're all very, very comfortable with. That provides local employment for our children who are educated in Towcester and can make good use of that sort of employment opportunity. However, the plot 2 warehouse of 500,000 square feet and 26 metres tall from the level of the
Mr.
Donkey
Ferry,
Lane.
you weren't here yesterday when I explained I can't hear the merits of the planning application that's already determined. I
That makes
can only
sense.
consider whether or not the planning application before me has been approved and needs the bridleway, sorry, to be developed, and the advantages and disadvantages of the development and the stopping up of the bridleway.
I understand that. I apologise. Let me rethink. Can I address then a point that was raised earlier on about this public right-of-way not being used? That is factually incorrect. On Rogation Sunday of this year, I led a party from the village on the traditional beating of the bounds, and we walked across that part of the boundary of Tiffield. It's not exactly the boundary, but it's pretty close. We were there, and so were the security cameras from IM Properties. So your survey that says nobody uses that is actually factually incorrect. The villages of Tiffield use Towcester as their commercial centre. And Towcester Park, as it's now called, is in the way. The route used by villagers to drive to Towcester uses the donkey lane as the shortest route, and then we turn right onto the A43 and straight around the roundabout and into Towcester. It's not very far. That junction is going to be closed. We still don't understand why it's going to be closed, because the alternative, which is to go out at the higher junction at St John's, has had a very high fatality rate over the years.
Unfortunately, the closing of that as well is also not something I can take into consideration when determining the order for the bridleway extinguishment.
I'm finding the ground cut away from underneath me. A surprising number of villagers actually walk into Towcester. It takes 30 to 40 minutes. There are few options, but most use the route along the donkey lane and across SB52 and across the A43. A recent a surprise closure of the SB52 meant that the diversion would have been across the SB32, but of course that was not possible because it had been closed at that time. I would argue that the extinguishing of SB32 right of way has already happened. It happened when the A43 dual carriageway was built and a clearly unsafe crossing was allowed to go unchallenged. We've heard that from other people. I shouldn't be repeating it, should I? I believe that that's where the solution lies, where something as fundamental as that went wrong back in 1991. We should go back and put that right. We shouldn't just say, well, we can't afford to. The need is to fix that. This would complete the unfinished work of the A43. I also believe that it's not for Iron Properties to pay for it. The true liability lies with the local authority or with National Highways. Although it appears that if this appeal were to be allowed, Iron Properties would be free to realise the huge capital gains, as we've just seen with DHL recently, so perhaps they would consider a contribution. I believe that solving that problem allows for this development to go ahead, but actually takes into account public opinion on this one. And public opinion runs deep. We have a duty to correct the mistakes of the past by making the right decisions right now. The duty is to the future generations, and I very much hope that the magnitude of that duty sits centrally within this appeal. I've said all I can.
Okay, do the council have any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Richards.
two questions. In the spirally bound book of plans in front of you.
Yep.
Mr. Ferry, if you go towards the back and find plan 15.
Where do I find the reference to the plan?
They're on the, if you go to the back and
I see.
and pull out the
yep.
second, pull
Good.
out the
Yep.
second.
I've got it.
Get to
Plan
the second
15.
one from the back.
Yep, I'm with you.
You can see a red dotted line on that plan running from top to bottom. Plan 15. Yep, can you see that?
Yes.
And in the key, we're told that's the parish boundary. And I'm assuming parish of Tiffield is on the left and some other parish is on the right. Is that right?
I don't.
Or the way
recognise-
around?
I don't recognise this.
You don't.
No, it's incorrect.
Okay, well, in that case.
So, and I can understand why it's incorrect. This is the parish of Tiffield.
Right.
Recently, we became Tiffield and Caldicot.
Okay.
So the parish boundary, the red line that you've just told me to look at actually is further across to the left. So
Right.
this plan is wrong.
And hence why you were on SB32 beating the new bounds. I
Well
assume.
spotted.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, that was all, was that all your questions?
Yes.
Yes. Is there anyone else who wants to speak apart from Mr. Broadfield? Yes, okay. As it's 5-1 now, I would suggest we have a 45-minute break for lunch. So if we come back at 1:45.
Could we do half an hour for lunch if others are willing?
Is everyone else happy to do half an hour for lunch?
Yeah, I mean, we would be happy to carry on now and sit a bit longer, but if you would like a break now, it's your inquiry.
Yes, I would require a break now,
that's fine.
please. Yeah, so have half an hour for lunch, so come back at 1:30. I have to step out as well to get some lunch, so yes, should be time. Good afternoon. It is 1:30 and the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Broadfield or Ms. Garton, which one of you would like to go next? Ready to get a copy after, and I've got the other one from the parish council too.
Okay. Is that all right? Can people hear? Yes? Okay. My name is Mrs. Helen Garton, Chair of Eastern Leston Parish Meeting. The parish consists of the village of Halcott and the hamlet of Shoesley, which are across the A43, opposite the proposed industrial estate, also known as Plot 2 or AL3. The parish meeting strongly objects to the stopping up of SB32, and in addition to supporting comments of the other objectors, would like to raise just 4 points. Firstly, we believe the argument relied upon by WNC and IM Properties is a circular one and should thus be ignored. WNC state it's necessary for SB32 to be stopped to enable approved planning permission for the industrial estate to be carried out. Yet at the Strategic Planning Committee on the 18th of March 2025, the chair, Phil Bignell, stated that the matter of the brideway was not to be considered regarding granting of planning permission for AL3, but that, and I quote, if permission for SB32 to be stopped up is not given, then obviously Plot 2 would not then be able to be built. For this reason, we agree with the submission that permission was given for the development without consideration of the competing public right-of-way, despite the fact that the timing was so significant. Had planning permission not been given by June 2025, IM Properties would have exceeded their 3-year time limit and would have had to start their application again, having to take into consideration new planning guidance, which had the potential to make a material difference to the outcome. Either way, we believe the council should not be able to use the existence of a planning permission to justify stopping SB32 when the grant of that planning permission is dependent on SB32 being stopped. The public brideway should be kept open and maintained as part of the network of public rights of way to enable future generations to access and enjoy the countryside. So my second point. The developer altered their design to accommodate SB1 on the other side of Tiffield Lane. They should therefore do the same for SB32 on the larger site. This negates the necessity test. So if you look at Plan 6 in the map book, which is essentially, Mum, I've given you a copy of the plan dated 14th of September 2020, which went in with the application 2020-1644, but the illustration is the same as that in Plan 6 of the map book. Okay. So the proposed industrial site has one large site to the east of Tiffield Lane and a smaller one to the west. The path SB1 runs in a southeasterly direction across the western plot, through the woods and across the road to join SB32 running into the larger eastern site. Early plans submitted by the developer show this western plot with buildings obliterating SB1, which is marked by a blue dashed line to the south of the site, going to the entrance of the eastern site. At the eastern site, SB32 is then obliterated by a large warehouse labelled Plot 3, and existence is not marked again on the plan. Subsequently, there were many objections to the application, focusing on the obliteration of SB32. So if you now turn to Plan 1 in the map book, which is essentially the same as the later plan submitted with application 2025-2432, which was dated the 9th of June 2025. This shows an altered western plot with fewer buildings, from 12 buildings down to 5, and they've all been moved north to accommodate the existing route of SB1, preserving the existence of that section of the public right-of-way. Clearly, the developer has here respected the inviolate presence of the public right-of-way SB1. Therefore, they could, and I suggest should, do the same with SB32 on the other side of the road. Yes, this will have some financial impact on their costs, but the principle of once a highway, always a highway should be respected for future generations. We believe it's therefore not necessary for SB32 to be stopped up, as the Council's order seeks to do. So now my third point. WNC should not be benefiting from its own breach of the law. Highways Act 1980 places a duty on the highway authorities to maintain all public highways, including bridleways, and keep them safe for use. It's a moot point as to whether National Highways or the local authority should have originally built a bridge to reconnect the severed parts of SB32, but the duty and obligation falls to the local authority to maintain the public right-of-way. In this instance, the council failed to build a bridge across the 43 when it was first built, and thus guarantee safe usage of SB32. Because it's not seen as safe, the path is less used. Therefore, WNC argue it should be stopped to enable them to grant permission to a large industrial site from which they can raise significant business rates. Thus, we believe they will have financial gain stemming from their failure in their duty under the Highways Act 1980. So my last point, the necessity versus benefit test. It should be pointed out that any perceived benefits of the industrial estate are highly contentious. IM Properties argues that the benefits of the industrial estate outweigh any possible necessity of retaining SB32. We feel this is incorrect. The council state that the site will generate 538 net jobs for Towcester. Given that the majority of the buildings are distribution warehouses, these are unlikely to be suitable for local employees. The council's own local plan, 2011 to 2029, states, and I quote, South Northamptonshire has one of the lowest unemployment levels in the UK, with a highly skilled and professional resident workforce, with 38% having qualifications at the NVQ4 level. The district has a higher than average number of residents employed in managerial, professional and skilled occupations. This does not match the profile of those working in warehouses. So these 538 jobs are unlikely to benefit the local community, so the test fails. So in conclusion, the parish meeting does not support the stopping up order. It would be preferable for the developer to be obliged to install a bridge over the A43 to make a safe crossing for SB32, and to maintain the existing line and path of SB32, even if that means repositioning the offending warehouse. However, should the order for stopping SB32 be permitted, the parish meeting requests that an obligation is put upon IM Properties to make alternative provision of a formal public right-of-way that will have equal weight to SB32, should the new path, in turn, be subject to further challenges in the future. What is proposed as a footpath through development to the new Hulk roundabout does not amount to a protected right-of-way for public and equestrian use, and is in no way equal to the existing mapped SB32. Thank you.
Do the order making authority have any questions?
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Richards?
No, thank you.
Okay. Oh, you may go. Mr. Broadfield.
Shall I start? Okay, well, my name is Paul Broadfield and I'm a Don't Lose Your Way volunteer with the Ramblers. Now, to save a question from our colleagues over there, I should say that I'm presenting this statement as myself, not on behalf of the Ramblers or anything like that. So it's just my thoughts on the stopping up order. Before I go on to the statement that I was going to do today, there were a couple of things that came up yesterday that I thought, do you know what? I'm not really sure about those, and I need to look at them a little bit more. And I'd like to share with you what my thoughts on them. So yesterday it was suggested that SB32 ended at the A43 and didn't continue on the other side. Now that had me a bit mystified because I was thinking, why? What's that about then? Why are we going down that route? Is it true? And I thought, well, I spent about 3 hours last night scouring through different cases and acts to see if I could find evidence to confirm it. And I couldn't find anything. So very reluctantly, I turned to AI to help. And I know there's some, I'm aware of the dangers of AI searches and the tendency for models to hallucinate. So I used 3 different AIs, Copilot, ChatGPT, and DuckDuckAI. And to reduce the biases, asked 2 questions which approach the issue from opposite directions. So I asked, what acts or case law show that there's a continuity of a public footpath crossing a public road? And the counter question, what acts or case law show that a public footpath reaching a public road stops at it and then restarts on the other side? All 3 said there's continuity of a right-of-way across a public road, and all 3 were adamant that there's no law that said that a right-of-way did stop at a public road. Copilot on the first question summarised it as follows. Case law in England and Wales confirms that a public footpath or right-of-way is a continuous highway right-of-way, and its legal status does not automatically end when it meets a public road. Courts have consistently treated the crossing of a road as part of the uninterrupted route unless a formal legal order has extinguished or diverted it. So I spent some time checking the references to see if this was factually correct. And I think that all 3 AIs reached the same conclusion from surveying the law and building a logical argument from their evidence rather than finding a killer quote in a judgment. On the reverse question, ChatGPT says, 1, there is no statutory rule that a footpath stops at a public road. And I think footpath, you can also include bridleway. Neither the Highways Act 1980 nor the Wildlife Countryside Act 1981 nor any other rights-of-way legislation contains a rule that a public road footpath ends when it meets a public road. The rule simply does not exist. In law, both a public footpath and a public road are types of highways. A highway can join, meet, cross, merge with, or run along another highway. 2, a public footpath continues until it's lawfully extinguished, diverted, or stopped up, and then it gives you examples of what those are. A road surface does not extinguish or interrupt a footpath. This principle is supported by the House of Lords in DPP versus Jones 1999. The fact that land has been made up into a road does not alter its legal status as a highway. A highway laid over another highway does not remove the underlying right. So if a footpath historically existed and a road was later built across it, the footpath normally continues across the road unless extinguished. Then it has a little bit about definitive maps and the fact that they appear to stop at a road, but it's misleading, and it gives reasons for that. Then when does a footpath stop at a road? This can happen only if A, the definitive map shows the path ending at the road and there's no path on the opposite side. In this case, the authorities may conclude the path genuinely ends at the road verge, but this is determined by evidence, not by a legal rule. And then it gives a couple of other things on it. And in conclusion, it goes, there is no law, statutory or case law that says a public footpath must stop at a public road. A footpath only stops if there is evidence that it historically ended there or it has been lawfully stopped up or diverted. Otherwise, a public footpath, and right away, including without that, is presumed to continue across the highway. So as I said at the start, I'm cognizant of the potential weaknesses of AI, which does make me a little nervous, but I've been as rigorous as I can. It was said yesterday, and a big point was made of it, which I was a bit confused about, was that SB32 ends at the A43, and it was mentioned, the word cul-de-sac was mentioned a few times, and that appears, on the basis of this, to be incorrect. However, I've given all the caveats. If someone wants to come along and say, no, these are the actual case laws and such like that prove that the AI is incorrect, then I'm happy to be corrected. The second issue I wanted to mention was the idea that the A43 is a barrier. You know, I've lived in this area for 30 years now, so I'm really well aware that the A43 is an insidious barrier. But I think the use of it as a justification for stopping up SB32 is a little bit of a red herring, really. The old bit of the A43 from Towcester to Northampton, to the M1 actually, not into all the way into Northampton, was dualled in 1991 and has got about 10 rights of way, I think, when I counted up. I might have got that wrong, but I think it's 10 rights of way crossing it, a number of which require you to run the gauntlet of the traffic on the A43 if you want to cross. Some of them, there's one on the canal which goes under, which I've used a couple of times, and there are a couple of bridges that are used, but yeah, it's a barrier. The newer section south of Towcester to the M40 is better provisioned with safe crossings, not only for pedestrians and riders, but also for vehicles joining it as well. There's better management of how that's done. But it's still not perfect. The section around here was planned in the 1980s, which we've got to, you know, realize was a different time. I lived through it, so I know. I lived through many more decades than that. But our communities definitely were badly let down when the A43 was built. The following points I'm going to make really apply regardless of the AL3 development. So I recognise that updating infrastructure is important, but given the eye-watering costs, the addition of safe crossings in the form of bridges where rights-of-way cross roads and railways is a small fraction of the project contingencies. Thankfully, it appears to be done better these days. The lack of provision between Towcester and Northampton was wrong when the road was built and continues to be wrong today. We know that two wrongs do not make a right. Barriers like the A43 are bad, but the solution is not to entrench those barriers by stopping up every right of way that comes up against the A43. If SB32 is diverted, at least there is a chance that adequate provision to cross safely will one day be made. But stopping it up would be, and I've stolen a line from Pink Floyd here, just another brick in the wall. So that's from yesterday. So this is my statement. I'll start again beginning. So my name, as I said, is Paul Broadfield. I live about 5 miles to the west of Towcester. I'm a Don't Lose Your Way volunteer for the Ramblers, but I am representing just myself here today. For those who you don't know, about 6 years ago, the Ramblers set out to find how many rights of way didn't make it onto the definitive maps in the 1950s. They found a possible 49,000 miles of lost footpaths and bridleways in England and Wales. As a volunteer, in the last couple of years, probably 3 years now actually, I've made some 60 definitive map modification order applications in West Northants to restore rights of way back into public use once more. So, why do I think this is important? Well, for a start, these are historic routes. They're part of our heritage.
Excuse me, I need you to concentrate on this particular route, the existence of other routes.
Okay, this route is a historic route. Is that okay?
Yeah, but if you can concentrate on this route rather than other routes that may not even be anywhere near this particular route.
Okay, but it applies to this route as well, though. But okay, I'll move on. Even more important, and these rights of way, including SB32, have always connected communities. Some villages are well connected by footpaths and bridleways, but others are not. The Ramblers are looking to reinstate as many of the lost rights of way as possible to restore connections between communities. Now, the legal framework for stopping up orders was discussed yesterday. So just to show that I listened to it, I have looked at it. And so a competent authority, if satisfied that it is necessary to do so in order to enable development to be carried out, may by order authorize the stopping up or diversion of a footpath, right-of-way or restricted byway. It appears, though, from that the threshold to differentiate between deciding to stop up or divert is not defined in the legislation. From the evidence that was given yesterday, it doesn't appear that any formal modelling has been done to prove the issue one way or the other in this case. So, in terms of the necessity test, I think the necessity test is met by stopping up or diverting. I don't think it differentiates between the two. From my layperson's perspective, the Acts of Parliament seem to be still concerned for public rights of access and movement. Any disadvantages or loss likely to arise from an order need to be outweighed by the advantages. I'm not sure if anyone is suggesting that the SB32 should continue along its current route. I'm not. But it seems that this development will provide the same benefits, the same jobs, the same economic output, the same spine road. Everything's the same, whether it's diverted or stopped up. The advantages side of the balance appears to be unaffected by the decision of this inquiry. We should also note that the advantages, the benefits, are time limited. So any stopping up requires that either there's a suitable alternative route, often through a diversion, or it's proven that the right-of-way is no longer necessary. An attempt was made yesterday to show that SB32 is, to coin a phrase, and I think these words, some of these words are used, I've heard them in the past anyway, that the SB32 is useless and unnecessary. I've seen examples of the same words being used at parish council meetings in the 1950s to justify leaving known public footpaths off the definitive maps. From my perspective, an alternative route respecting the rights of all potential users is preferable to stopping up if at all possible. This is because the other side of the balance, the disadvantages of a stopping order, is not time limited. The volunteering work I've been doing for the Ramblers has shown me that the impact of a stopping up order can last for centuries in ways that those who did the stopping up could not envisage. And I'd like to give a couple of examples from my own experience as why I think a diversion is to be preferred. SB32 links Caldicot and Tiffield and the villages to the north and west of these to the Shire's estate in Towcester. Some basic historical research I carried out suggests that there may be missing rights of way across eastern Neston, which I think Claire referred to that. And that would link SB32 to the countryside beyond and around to the east of Towcester. This does need further research. I've done a basic sort of research and said, is there something there that needs further research? So I recognise that does need further research. But my point is that if the section of SB32 in question is extinguished, then any lost rights of way to the east of the A43, which could link with it, become less valuable as a way of connecting communities. And connecting communities is really important. My second example comes from my experience investigating a possible lost right of way in a parish in the south of Northamptonshire. It was work that I did with the local footpath warden and the parish council. The lost right-of-way would be immensely valuable for local people as the route would allow access to the next village without having to walk on what is now a narrow but busy road with a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. Scores of people used the route over recent years until the landowner blocked up one entrance. I carried out research to see if this route was a public right-of-way, and I could prove that it had once been one. That is until 1868, when it was stopped up for being, and I quote from the stopping up order, useless and unnecessary. The public was directed to use the other road some 250 metres to the south. Now, I imagine that back in 1868, the road that has to be used today was a quiet lane with the occasional horse and cart, and few pedestrians rather than the challenging road it is today. The stopping up order of 1868 would be, I think, unconscionable today because this stopped up route is immensely useful and really necessary to avoid the busy road, but it's gone. You can see the stopping up order affects generations to come forever. Not only do we lose something of value today, but it's also lost to those who come after us in 100, 200 years or more, to whom it may be of immense value in ways that we are not equipped to determine at this time. In conclusion, the National Policy Planning Framework emphasises the importance of public rights of way and access, highlighting their role in promoting sustainable development and enhancing community well-being. Rights of way should be diverted in suitable ways rather than stopped up for three main reasons. One, to prevent connections between communities on foot, on horseback and on bicycles being broken. Two, because if we find historic evidence of lost rights of way, its utility is reduced if any right of way it used to connect to has been extinguished. And three, because the stopping up order lasts forever. I really believe that it's hard to say what the value of a right-of-way will be in the future. A stopping up order that might appear expedient today, but its impact is not just on us here and now, it's also a loss for generations to come. The time will come when this development has run its course and it will be demolished, but the bridle way remains extinguished for all time. And that would be grossly unfair to our descendants. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the Order Making Authority have any questions?
No, thank you.
Just one question, please, Madam. You told us that you're a volunteer with the Ramblers, but you're not here to represent the Ramblers. You're here to give the inspector the benefits of your own view.
Yes.
But then you then told her that the Ramblers are looking to reinstate rights of way to connect communities.
As part of the Don't Lose Your Way, I was explaining, that's just part of my explanation of Don't Lose Your Way and what it's about. And that's what I volunteer with the Ramblers.
Have you seen the two consultation responses that the Ramblers made to this application?
Yes.
Okay, and the inspector has them, I think, but it's true to say, isn't it, that the first one did not object to the stopping up. And the second one said, we don't object, provided that the replacement spine road footpath is provided before the stopping up.
Yeah,
and so my question is,
sorry.
My question is, are you saying that the local Ramblers consultation response, accepting in principle the stopping up, is wrong?
One of the people who's on the
What's
committee.
The answer to my question, please?
The answer to your question is yes, I do think they're wrong, and I've told them I think they're wrong. The guy who's my coordinator on the Don't Lose Your Way project is a guy called Bob Seaton, who is also on that committee, and we've had a discussion about it. An amicable one, because he lives in Kettering, he doesn't know the area, he doesn't know the A43. I think the other people who are on that committee are in the same position, and I don't think they represent the reality of the local position in terms of the connectivity that's required. I asked the question yesterday whether the spine road which obviously isn't a diversion of the bridleway because it doesn't have proper ability for horses to go on there. But I asked the question, is this going to be a dedicated public right of way? And the answer was no. And that gives me a strong indication that it could disappear in the future. I don't know, but it's not a diversion because a diversion gives the rights which exist until some legal process happen. I guess that isn't going to be there. So yes, I do think they were wrong, and I've told them I think they're wrong, but we're still friends, and Bob and I still get on well together. But that's the way it should be. If you can't have forthright discussions with people, there's a problem, isn't there?
Sorry, there's one other question that arises after the latter end of your answer.
Sure.
Is it your understanding that the spine road will not become part of the adopted highway?
There isn't a specific provision for the actual footpaths and such like, and I have seen examples where things have happened to roads and suddenly they're not. I mean, the A43 is an example. You could have actually walked along the A43 at one point, and now obviously you can't. So things change, don't they?
All right, but as a matter of fact, you accept that the spine road is going to become part of the adopted highway?
Yeah, but I don't accept that it's a proper diversion of the bridleway SB32.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, if there's no one else to speak, I would suggest we arrange the closing statements.
Yes, we had agreed 11 o'clock between the
Yes.
parties, but having regard to your
Yes.
suggestion this morning that it may be earlier, that certainly from the council's perspective, that would be fine.
Okay, yeah, I will be travelling back tonight now, so I can make it earlier tomorrow. So is 10 o'clock okay with everyone?
10 o'clock, so fine.
For online
It's
closing.
going to be 11. The reason I'm saying this is I've got a meeting tonight and I need to finish it off and I just need a bit of time. So I would prefer 11, if that's okay.
Does anyone else have any objections to that? I would probably prefer to do it slightly earlier because I don't know how long everyone's closing statements are going to be, but I will need to finish at 3 o'clock tomorrow then.
It's just that it's suggested 11 yesterday night and that's what I was working to, but yeah.
Perhaps we could understand the running order of
Yes.
closings.
Yes, so we would always hear the objectors first to the order, and then we would hear the supporters of the order, and then we would finally hear from the order making authority.
Yeah.
That means I can check it later.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if we started at 10, then I don't know how long the other objectors' closing statements are going to be, but
Not very long.
not very long. Okay.
I might have it ready by then. It's just I wanted to have as much time as possible because I know I'm going to be out tonight until late. You know, so-
Would 10:30 be a compromise?
Pardon?
Would 10:30 be a compromise?
It would be.
Yes. Okay, so 10:30 tomorrow, and the council will need to make the arrangements for that and send the links out to the parties. So if there's anyone that the council doesn't have an email address for sending that link, then you would need to provide that to the council.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. And am I correct in understanding that for you, ma'am, the link should go to Mr. Scrivener?
It will, yes, yes, and I'll make him aware
Okay, good.
of that.
We want to make sure you're in
Yes.
attendance.
There's normally someone who has access to his email if he's not around, but I believe he is around tomorrow anyway. He's definitely around today. Okay, so is everyone still happy that we don't need to make a site visit? Okay. Yes. And I would normally ask this after the closing statements, but does anyone intend to make any applications for costs? Any applications for costs? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'd like to thank, yes, that would be helpful. I've got them here. I'll ask the council to photocopy them for everyone before we leave as well. Okay, so the inquiry is adjourned until 10:30 tomorrow, when it will be reconvened online, and the Order Making Authority will send out some the link for that. Okay, thank you very much. Who shall I hand these to for copying? I'll need them back as well. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so good luck for those going.
Well, unless infrastructure.
I'm not able to multitask. You might want to take all that back. Remove my code.
Yeah, he was sitting over there.
He was indicating. Well, I was looking at.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
They've done other cases. They've done, what are you listening at? But another one. Which the land. Oh, could we? My mind. But actually, we should be.
But when it comes up to here,
It depends on the ground, and of course, because it's 3 metres, they're going to walk down the centre, because they don't want to pick their legs on pets. So, you know, so, you have to do that. So that's all they take it. So you're going to end up walking at the centre, so you walk from here.